Good morning. Welcome to the June 15th, 2023 meeting of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Chair Bolte,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Present.
Board Member Chen,
Present.
Board Member Hirsch,
Present.
Board Member Thompson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address our board on any item that's not on our agenda today?
Yes, I have a speaker card from Jeff Levinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Levinsky. I'm sure you know the drill. Please state and spell your name. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Jeff Levinsky, Jefflevinsky. I wanted to just quickly mention something about at a previous meeting of yours. We residents had raised concerns about parking, and staff and the applicant responded that there's a new state law, AB 2097, that exempts buildings from parking. That wasn't quite correct. The state was not so reckless to do that. And in fact, there's a procedure in that very law that allows cities like Palo Alto to still require parking. The requirement is that the city has to show that there'd be a problem if there weren't parking in the building. And as you know, we have to build public garages, we have RPP programs, we have TDM programs, we have other things like that, all trying to deal with the parking issues that we have in our city. It's sort of unfortunate that when information is given to you that's not complete, the public doesn't have an opportunity to respond and give you, more accurate information. But I hope to do that this morning so that when this arises in the future, you'll be aware of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to address our board?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Staff, do we have anything on that?
None.
Thank you very much. Moving on to city official reports. Again, staff, could you make a report, please?
There is one new project that came in. It's not listed on this report because it came in after the packet was published, but I do want to note that the 3150 El Camino Real project did come in for formal just after this packet was published. You guys have already done an ad hoc for that item. So I don't believe there's any new items to.
Could you refresh my memory? 3150, what street?
This was El Camino
Camino?
Real. This is the McDonald's site across from NVCAP, right next to Palo Alto Square.
It's a fairly large project, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so this is at the fish market and the McDonald's site. It's going to be 380 multifamily apartments at the two locations. And we had previously looked at the SB 330 pre-application, and now the major architecture review is on file.
Oh, to my colleagues, on packet page 11, at the bottom of the page is a description of this particular project. So we had assigned board members Rosenberg and Hirsch to be our ad hoc committee on that. Would you like to continue on to this new stage of the application?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'd like you to again take a look at this new set of packet and report back when you can, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Claire?
Just in terms of tentative agenda, we're looking to see 800 San Antonio Road, multifamily housing development as part of a planned home zoning come forward to the Architectural Review Board for a first formal on July 6th. Possibly, it's still to be determined, but anticipating possibly the NVCAP second study session to come back on July 15th.
And is this on package page 10?
Packet page 8, I believe. Yeah. And just wanted to note, I think there were a couple of planned absences in July, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's me next week, our next meeting, and I believe David the following meeting.
So 7:20, okay. If there are any other planned absences, just be sure to let me know so that we can plan accordingly and make sure we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our first action item. This is item number 2 on our agenda. 3200 Park request for approval of a planned community zoning application to allow redevelopment of a 14.65 acre site at 200 to 404 Portage Avenue, 3040 to 3250 Park Boulevard, 3201 to 3225 Ash Street, and 278 Lambert. The project also includes a development agreement, comprehensive plan amendment, and vesting tentative map. Before we get started, do we have any disclosures to make? Board Member Hirsch?
I visited the site many times, but not this time.
Ditto.
I disclose I visited the site recently.
I visited the site recently and I was not here last meeting, but I did watch the video.
Thank you.
Nothing to discuss.
Thank you. Okay, could we start with the staff report, please?
Thank you, board members. As you noted, this project has many addresses. It's filed under 3200 Park, but it includes a number of addresses, including 340 Portage, which is the most commonly known address for the historic structure on the property. So I just want to note that. The project includes a merging and subdivision of different parcels to create 5 separate parcels. We've been referring to this as the townhome parcel, which is the 74 units of townhomes, the cannery building parcel, which would include the remaining cannery building and the new parking structure, the Ash parcel, which would include the existing office building with no changes to it, the Audi parcel, which would include the existing Audi building, no physical changes, but the development agreement would allow for research and development use at that property, and then the city dedication parcel. So I just wanted to go over briefly again, kind of how we got here. A little background again is December in 2019, Fry's vacated the site and left about 84,000 square feet of retail vacant. In September 2020, Sobrato filed a request for a zoning text amendment to allow for reuse of the site with any ratio of the allowed non-conforming uses. This never formally went to any hearing or decision, but the director did indicate that the city would not be supportive of that rezoning. So in November of 2020, Sobrato filed an SB 330 pre-application for a 91-unit townhome development, which was shortly thereafter followed by a formal application. In 2021, staff requested council interpretation of the code, and council decided to form an ad hoc committee in October 2021 to negotiate a development agreement or the broad terms of a development agreement for this property. And in December through May, the council ad hoc committee, which consisted of Council Member DeVoy and Council Member, then Vice Mayor Koo, met to negotiate broad terms of a development agreement. Council did a closed study session supporting the concept being presented in June and asked for a formal study session to the public to kick off the project which we had in August of 2022. That was also followed by a tolling agreement that put the 91 unit townhome development on hold to allow for the processing of the project before you today, the development agreement. We released the draft EIR in September and had a 60-day comment period that ran through November of last year. And we released the final EIR in May of this year. So I want to just go over some of the key comments that we heard from the board at the last hearing. There were requests to revise the frontage of the retail facade to eliminate the asymmetric forms. This proposal has not been, was not changed substantially. I'll go over a couple of the changes that were made in a couple of subsequent slides. There were requests for better material samples, especially of the corrugated metal and the wood material for the townhomes. Those are before you today. There's a number of material samples, so we can go over those during the hearing. They were asked to reconsider the blue coloration of the glass, and they have revised that. And there, again, there's a sample of the new clearer glass that's being proposed now for the cannery. They were asked to provide a schematic design for the HVAC. There are now renderings in the proposed plans that show that design and show that it would not be impactful on the monitor roofs and be visible from the exterior. They were asked to improve the views of the monitor roof from the retail areas. And to that end, they have added an additional skylight to be able to have more visibility into that monitor roof structure. They were asked to provide operable windows and the monitor roof windows. They did explore this, but did not end up adding operable windows. They indicated that they would have some concerns with that with respect to their goals of achieving a net zero energy. So I'll let them speak a little bit more to their reasoning on that. For the parking garage, they were asked to revise the palette of the parking garage through color variation or possible material variation, and consider bringing in the colors of the townhomes to the parking garage. So there have been some revisions to the plans to, especially to bring in those colors. For the townhome design, they were asked to provide a higher quality materials and better documentation of the materials and an updated material board. So those have been provided. The areas painted to look like wood should be real wood material. The applicant is not proposing a real wood material, but they have brought in a lot more of this wood-like material into the structure. So I'll let them speak a little bit more to that material. All sides of the building should be given the same care, improve the ends of the buildings and the backs at the garages through material and color variation. I have some subsequent slides on this, but they did make a number of changes to eliminate kind of the white facade, especially on the olive end of the townhomes. They were asked to consider the addition of sunshades on the north and south facades. You can see in this visual that they have made some changes to add sunshades where they can. There were some limitations on how they could do that. At the second floor, it conflicted with the fire access, and so they haven't provided any at the second floor, but there were some changes on the third floor design. They've widened both they were asked to widen both the central paseos. They have proposed some options for widening the north-south paseo, but not the east-west paseo. And they were asked to consider the heat island effect on the parking aisles, and they have they have made some changes to the color of the parking aisles to improve that heat island effect or reduce it. So these are just a few visuals. Above, on top is the previous design, and below is the new design of kind of how they have brought in more of the wood-like material to soften the back and make it less monochromatic. And especially on this end, you can see where there have been a number of changes to get rid of the white blank walls that there was concern about. A little bit more on the Paseo design. So ideally, we would have liked to have seen changes to the townhomes themselves. The applicant did provide some additional information as to why they couldn't make changes to the townhomes themselves. I think Board Member Hirsch in particular had asked about also the tandem design of townhomes. And so this speaks to it a little bit as well, but the tandem design would...
Excuse me, Claire, could I ask you to pause for a second? I believe Board Member Hirsch is having trouble with his audio system. And I want him very much to be hearing what we're saying. If you don't mind, just let's put a...
Of course.
We're going to
yeah.
just pause the meeting, not stop it. Thank you. Okay, Claire, we're all set.
I hear everything.
Go ahead, continue.
Anywhere.
Thank you. Well, the public needs to see you sitting there, David. Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption, Claire.
No problem.
Appreciate your patience. Go
I'll
ahead.
just...
Why don't you recap, start with the Paseo discussion.
Yeah,
again.
so I'll start with the Paseo again. Just want to note, so they have provided a couple options for the north-south Paseo. So those considerations would take out from the width of the private streets between the units. Ideally, staff would have been looking for changes to the townhomes themselves to try and meet the design. The applicant did provide information about why this wouldn't be feasible. Any design basically would have taken out from the width or the length of the garage such that it wouldn't be meeting minimum requirements. I think Board Member Hirsch in particular had mentioned the kind of tandem design that we were looking at. If they look at tandem designs, it would have further reduced the Paseo design, and so they didn't explore that further. So there are a couple options. One would widen the Paseo by 4 feet, and one would widen the Paseo by 6 feet. This would be at the expense of the width of the drive aisles. Any of these would meet the safety requirements and, trash truck requirements. So any of these could be possible and wouldn't take away from any of the parking or anything that's provided on the site. We did do an analysis of kind of what Palo Alto's requirements are in comparison to other cities to take a look at what other cities are requiring. So I think any of these would fall roughly into what other cities in this in the region are requiring, even if they took out an additional 6 feet for the Paseo. The environmental impact report for the project, the This was studied as alternative 3 in the EIR for the 91 unit townhome project. So the development agreement was studied as an alternative. The EIR was circulated for review September through November of last year. And it was a final EIR, which included all the responses to comments, was released May 15th. I do want to note that there was a revised final EIR that the city released on June 2nd of this year. Staff had inadvertently included not included comments from the applicant. So the revised final EIR just includes the applicant's comment letter on the project and the city's responses to those. It didn't change any of the conclusions in the EIR. And of course, I want to highlight the fact that the EIR does identify a significant and unavoidable impact on a historic resource for the proposed project, 91 townhome units, as well as all build alternatives, including the project before you today, the development agreement alternative. And staff's recommendation to you is to consider the environmental impact report and EIR mitigation measures in attachment K, and to recommend approval of the development plan for the planned community rezonings based on the architectural review findings in attachment B, and subject to the conditions of approval in attachment C, and recognizing that the development agreement, comprehensive plan amendment, and subdivision map are not subject to the ARB's purview. Those will go before the Planning Commission and Council following the ARB's review. So with that, I'll turn it back to you and recommend you hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Before we do that, do we have any questions of the staff regarding their staff report?
No, but would you mind going back to the images of the sort of before and after elevations? If I could just get 30 seconds on each of those, I'd be appreciative. Perfect, right there. The next slide. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, do we have the applicant here?
I think they're online.
Good morning.
If you could please state and spell your name for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes to speak, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Evan Sokolowski with Arctech, EvanSokalosky. So we're excited to be back in front of you today. With me, our team is here to present David Burton with KTGY, Morgan Burke with the Gazzardo Partnership, Matt Davis with Architectural Resources Group, Jennifer Easton, our art consultant, and Tim Steele and Robert Trissini, both with the Sobrato organization. So Claire did a very good job of presenting, so hopefully that allows us to get through a little quicker today. So since we've been before you, we've worked really hard to respond to the many stakeholders involved in the project, and that includes the NVCAP and ad hoc committee, city staff, the HRB that we just received unanimous approval from, and your ARB comments and interest, and still providing Sobrato with a code compliant and viable project to interest tenants to come to the city. Claire mentioned this has been a long process, and she kind of touched on 2019. Sobrato actually started the process back in 2011 and started discussions with the city in 2012. So it's been a long process, and we're excited to keep moving forward. I won't touch on this. Claire already went through it. Everybody is very familiar by now with the site itself, and I'll turn it over to Matt to talk a little bit about the historic.
Thanks, Evan. Hello again, commissioners. I'm Matt Davis, Mattdavis, and I'm a principal with Architectural Resources Group. Before we dive into the details, I just wanted to remind commissioners about the preservation design guidelines that we developed for the cannery building. Next slide. So with respect to height and bulk, maintaining the building's long linear massing was obviously paramount. And in particular, this meant that any new construction would be below the height of the monitor roofs in order to preserve their prominence. Next slide. And speaking of roofs, we've added some new images showing the existing and proposed configuration at the front of the building, which currently includes a double height projecting mast that sits in front of the monitor roof portion. The new construction at these locations is reflective of this historic condition. You see the historic photo at the lower left that shows the projecting portion there as well. Next slide, a couple more photos. So these are two photos taken from the HABS documentation that's currently underway for the building. The right photo shows the interior condition with a section drawing of the same area beside it. So the design seeks to maintain this configuration to the extent feasible, while at the same time increasing visibility into the left monitor as requested by the city. Next slide. I think we can move quickly through these, given some of the issues that Claire touched on. But generally the cladding the building will be reclad in corrugated metal, matching the existing, while the new south entries and parking garage will be clad in a corrugated metal that's differentiated in color and dimension from the historic. The windows that will need to be replaced will be replaced in kind to the extent possible, matching the scale, profile, and appearance of the original windows. And in particular, we'll have simple metal surrounds befitting the industrial character of the property. Next slide. The new entries and canopies are meant to be clearly additive while being kept simple so that they're compatible with and don't distract from the historic portions of the building. And as mentioned, there is an existing precedence for projecting masses at this location. Next slide. And, as you see in the open character of the interior, preserving that open character is also a central design driver here. So next slide, I just wanted to mention two other efforts that we are involved in. First, to satisfy the mitigation measure identified in the project DIR that Claire mentioned, we're compiling HABS-like documentation for the property. This will include compiling formal photography, architectural drawings, and a concise historical narrative that summarizes background historical information for the property. Next slide. And we're also in the process of distilling key historical themes and images associated with the property. And this content will be the focus of the interpretive displays that will be developed for the site. This effort has included conducting an oral interview with Thomas Foon-Chu's granddaughter, Gloria Hom, who has provided invaluable photos and supporting information. So with that, I'll hand it back to Evan to dive a little bit more into the details, but thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And again, Claire highlighted some of these. Obviously, in our past meeting with the ARB, you had some specific comments. We have tried to respond to them, including making further refinements on the cannery building and focusing on the monitor roof. You've seen in the packet the proposed duct layout that we've included both in renderings, and the plans show the actual layout. We did analyze operable windows, and between both the location and the monitor roof, and particularly with the operations and our net zero sustainability goals, it presented a difficulty in maintaining that, as well as the operations of a R&D facility. The glazing sample we provided addressed that color, and as you saw, the changes in materials, colors, and design of the garage to make it stand out a little bit from the cannery building and connect better with the adjacent townhomes. And then again, the visibility into we've worked to enlarge the skylights, and also very excited about the art integration, which has been started, and we have a selected artist. Again, just quick reference of the overall site, which we're familiar with. In this design, we've seen this is the north facade facing the main entry into the R&D, which was not any changes significant at this time. But to kind of hit on what Matt spoke of on the retail side, the board had some comments regarding both the roof forms and asymmetry of this facade. Just kind of reinforcing the red dash line is highlighting where the existing two-story parapet is, as seen on the left, and the green line indicates the location of the current monitor roof portion. So the design that we have here before you evolved over a lot of time and responses to a number of items, including items from the ad hoc committee, which requested the addition of the retail space. And as we developed this design, we looked at carving out space for the retail, as well as making sure we could provide a viable interior space for a R&D tenant to occupy the monitor building, maintaining their needs for security and privacy, while also providing access and views into the monitor roof that was critical. That was one of the reasons why we went with the single story element, to allow these increased views into this monitor roof, while understanding that our potential tenant would have security and privacy concerns that precludes the ability to open that to the public. We also knew that if we're providing retail, we did need to provide a identity to the retail tenant to attract a viable tenant in this space. And so we did focus on that by providing a step down. It gives it some character to it. And as Matt mentioned, the previous additions to the building and pop outs at different levels over time are a response historically that we took advantage of with this addition here. On the left side, this rendering does show how our parapet, our two-story parapet, is continuous and actually maintains the existing condition, highlighting the continuity of the building on 340 extending down to 380. With that, I will turn it over to Morgan to touch on some of the other features we've adjusted.
Right. Thanks, Evan. I'm Morgan Burke, MorganBurke with the Gazardo Partnership. Here you can see a slide of the previous, where I'm going to talk a little bit about the retail plaza on the south end of the cannery building. Here you can see the previous design. Next slide. And we made a subtle change here where we wrapped the plaza around to the north of the building to increase seating opportunities for the future tenant. And we've added fixed seat walls and raised planters to create visual interest and provide definition to the space. Next slide, please. And this is the updated rendering showing the updates to the plaza with the additional seating and raised planters with specimen trees. Next slide, please.
Just to jump in quick, I know there was a question about this change to this facade. We did look at that, and that was in conjunction with the selection of the artist and the Art Commission as an opportunity for our public art in this location, and really integrating it into the architecture, so providing a larger canvas for that artist.
Thanks, Evan. So jumping to the north side of the cannery building, this is the previous design of the office entrance. As Evan stated before, not much has changed in terms of the entrance. What we want to highlight here is the previous condition of the parking garage and the planting island in the foreground, which is the terminus of Street A and is what the townhomes would be directly facing. So next slide, please.
Excuse me, you're now a minute over. I'll give you 30 seconds, please, to wrap up.
Okay. Well, just finishing this. We updated the garage to add the green screen panel on the ground floor to screen back cars, added a tree in the parking island, and updated the architecture to the parking garage to create visual interest there to provide a better terminus on Street A.
Okay, are we finished with our presentation, folks? We're really a bit over time here on this. Okay, so let's close the applicant's presentation to us. Do we have any questions from the board to the applicant here? Go ahead.
A quick question is in regards to these protrusions to the front side where the retail is, what is the existing dimension of the depth of that protrusion versus what the new proposed is? And there's the 2-story depth and there's the single-story depth. Could you please clarify what those numbers are?
The 2-story depth is matching the existing condition as it stands now. I would have to get an exact dimension. But that does not change any projection from what it is, where it is now, which we tried to show in the images of the existing conditions. The depth of the retail portion projects out an additional 2 feet beyond that projection.
Perfect. And for the 2-story element, that is the same height that is existing as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Board Member Thompson.
I just have a quick question on the parking garage color added. It was a little hard to tell exactly where that's happening on the garage. I know the rendering isn't really showing it well. So just wanted to get some more insight on why color was added where it was and where it's visible from.
So in responding to the comments about pulling in some of the colors from the townhomes, what we looked at doing was addressing some of the 2 ends of the building of the garage primarily, as well as the facades facing the residential, pulling in some of those colors to break up the massing of it and adding some of the blues and yellows, accent colors that are in the townhomes, pulling out that palette. So moving around, most of the facade facing the cannery building is actually covered and engaged with the trellis and amenity space, so it's not as visible. So we focus that effort along the narrow ends facing the townhome, and then the ends, the long facade facing the residence on Olive.
Okay.
Just really quickly, if you want to take a look to Board Member Rosenberg's question, there is a section drawing showing dimensions on sheet A3 2.111.
I have 3 questions separate in nature. The first would be to the landscape architect. Could you please describe the landscaping at the back of the townhomes that are adjacent to the homes on Olive Avenue? We had some concerns in the past about that. I'd like to hear what you've proposed there.
Absolutely. We were gonna touch on that later on the presentation. What we did there, we did find out that easement is just a general easement, so that doesn't preclude us from providing stormwater treatment or planting in that area. And what we did was we rework the geometry of the stormwater treatment basin to allow for larger box-sized trees. Yeah, thanks, Evan. Larger box-sized trees in the area. So we're gonna have a mixture of live oak, native live oak trees, and redwoods. And you can kind of see he's pointing the cursor to the redwoods on the corner of Olive and Park. And then those would be the coast live oaks, and you can see that we've populated them around the basin so that we can get the adequate soil to plant those large box-sized trees.
Do you have any trees adjacent to that large triangular shaped building?
No, there's not enough room to put a substantial tree in there. So we would just have shrub planting in there. I know it's just green right now, but we can put like a hedge type planting in there, but it wouldn't, we're worried that it's too close for a canopy tree in there.
Okay, thank you for your answer to that question. My second question is to the applicant. We had asked you to consider we'd asked you to make the paseos wider. One of the suggestions we made was that the space might come out of the street between the cannery building and the townhomes altogether. Had you considered narrowing that street in some fashion in order to accomplish that?
I'll speak to that. This is David Burton from KTGY. That street needs to be at the 26-foot width because it's part of the aerial apparatus access for the fire department. So we can't narrow that street. And then there's necessary parking for the R&D building and necessary guest parking for the townhouses along there. So there really isn't an opportunity to make that narrower.
Staff, can you comment on that statement, please?
I was just going to note that the guest parking for the townhome side actually required, but the applicant does desire to have it. But I think when we were looking at it, even getting rid of that, you would also have to narrow the street so much. Like it still has to have as he noted, the 26 feet for fire apparatus. So you would be, right now, I think it's 32 feet with the parking in it. So you wouldn't be able, you could take out a portion of the parking, but you didn't kind of get rid of the full parking. It gets rid of the parking, but it doesn't really achieve much, is basically the conclusion we came to.
In the same vein, staff, you had mentioned that from a public life safety point of view, having the private streets between the townhomes reduced from 32 to 29 or 30 feet width is okay.
Mhm.
But I believe you'd mentioned to me also there's a statute on the books in the town of Palo Alto requiring a 32-foot width. Is that correct? And how would that be overcome?
Yeah, so the 32-foot width is in Title 21 of our code, subdivision chapter. It's something that we would have to ask for a tentative map with exceptions in order to approve. So the code is not being changed. We can't change that code because it was added via voter initiative. So it would need to be removed via voter initiative. Because it's a design feature, we can ask for a map with exceptions to that. The goal of that code section, so the findings for that tentative map basically speak to whether it's still meeting the intent of the code. And really the intent of that code was to have parking and to have wider streets so that we can provide parking. We feel that the parking, the townhome parcel is still overparked. And so they're meeting all of their parking requirements plus some for the guest parking. So we feel like the intent of the code is still being met, even with a reduction in the total width. So as long as it's still meeting safety requirements and the requirements needed for trash pickup, we feel like it could be reasonable to provide that. Reducing it can also reduce, as the board pointed out, the heat island effect. And so I think that staff would be supportive of having less paving on the site if it's not necessary.
Great. Thank you for that answer. My last question is regarding the Historic Review Board's review of this project. Staff, I noticed in your report, you mentioned that the HRB voted 7-0 to recommend the council that they approve this project. That's what the applicant said. I want to understand, they really said it's okay to tear down part of the cannery building, and the way that this is being proposed to be rebuilt in the front meets the historic standards as far as they're concerned? What did they really say about this?
What did council say about this?
The HRB. What did our Historic Resources Board say about this?
The Historic Resources Board basically made a recommendation to council that if council chooses to move forward with this project, they provided advice on next steps that they would take or conditions that they would include. So they're not necessarily approving or recommending approval or denial of the project. It's not really in their purview. The project is not actually required to get a recommendation from the Historic Resources Board. We went to the Historic Resources Board because we felt like council would be interested, obviously, in understanding what their thoughts are on the project. So their recommendation was just an advisement to council of things that they would recommend, including if council chooses to move forward with the project.
So is it a fair statement to imply that the HRB endorsed this project, or is it more qualified like what you just described?
I wouldn't frame it as they endorse the project.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Does anybody else? If not, if we could see if open the meeting to public comment. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we have quite a few. First, we have Karen Holman speaking on behalf of Fred Ballin, Pat Hernandez, Tommy Van Doon, and Nelson Ng.
Okay, that will give her how much time then if she, and are those folks all present in the chambers right now? Isn't that the requirement?
They're on the Zoom.
They're on
Yeah,
Zoom?
they're on Zoom, yes.
Okay, so I believe that's 10 minutes?
10, yeah.
Okay, so good morning, former Mayor Holman. If you could please state and spell your name for the record, you'll have 10 minutes for the presentation. Thank you
Great.
very much for showing up.
Thank you so very much, and good morning. Karen Holman, did you say it and spell it, did you say?
Please spell your last name so when they transcribe it, there's no
Okay,
mistakes.
Holman. Thank you.
Thank you.
No one likes to have their name butchered, right? So thank you. Thank you to staff for the presentation, to Sobrato and ARB for your comments. Regarding the HRB review, I want to just compliment Claire, because her description of what the HRB did is accurate. They did not say it's okay to do this. They did exactly what I think Claire described. They presume that this is going to be demolished, and in case it is, this is what they think should happen. But they were not blessing the demolition. I want to read something from the ARB's purview. Two bullets in particular: promote orderly and harmonious development of the city, and encourage the attainment of the most desirable use of land and improvements. There are other points, as you know, that are part of the ARB purview, but I wanted to point out those two in particular. What is proposed to happen to the cannery building is nearly a 40% demolition of the California Register eligible resource that eliminates its historic standing. I focus on the word resource. I ask that you all consider what we want and ought to do with any of our resources. Is it really to demolish, obliterate, remove, disregard? And as noted architectural critic Louise Huxtable said, we will probably be judged not by the monuments we build, but by those that we destroy. And that's a quote. I suggest to you that this building and site is a monument to the compliments of Thomas Foon Chu, a Chinese man who was honored by 25,000 people, including elected officials, when he died. This was in the 30s, which makes his accomplishments even more remarkable. The California Register criteria, just three bullets of that, are the first, last, only, or most significant of its type in the state or within the large geographic region, northern, central, or southern California, associated with an individual or group having profound influence on the history of California, a prototype or an outstanding example of a period, style, architectural movement, or construction, or is one of the most notable works of the best surviving work in a region, or of a pioneer architect, designer, or master builder. This site and building satisfy those criteria. As to the projections on the front of the remnant building that have been proposed, I have a question, which is, are those photos that are shown that are historical photos, are they from the period of significance? I don't recall that they are, but it's a question that I do have, because the period of significance is what's critical there. The final EIR contains conflicting conclusions and statements from this reader's perspective. Adaptive reuse of the cannery building, of course not, in its response 3.8, of course not every possible alternative can be considered to eliminate a significant impact, but a feasible one must be evaluated. Surely you will agree it is not offered. There are 75 housing units in the alternative, to the 91 units. But in the alternative the city looks at and putting housing in the cannery building, it imposes 281 units in the cannery building to feasibly attain the basic project objectives, because the city selected a 3-story adaptive reuse scenario for detailed analysis. Where and why did the city choose a 3-story scenario? It totally obliterates any comparison or alternative, 75 or 91 compared to 281 units. Perhaps only a small, if any, portion of the building would need to be removed if we really did an apt comparison. How do other cities make use of their industrial buildings without destroying them? There are numerous creative examples of in a variety of uses. Considering this building was R&D and retail for decades, Petaluma, Sebastopol, cities and towns all across the country make a really good adaptive reuse of their industrial buildings. The city will have to make the city council, that is, will have to make a statement of overriding considerations and find the adequacy of the final EIR. In no other response is this more infeasible because the applicant's own architect was asked to conceive of an adaptive reuse of the cannery building, again, imposing 281 housing units. Numerous times at the NVCAP, there were requests for the city to conduct a feasibility study, presumably independent, for reuse of the building. There is no evidence known to this speaker or anyone on this call with me that this has ever occurred. Please, I ask the ARB to ask the city council to conduct a study for the benefit of everyone, including Sobrato. Project objectives are stated as cohesive development that respects the historic uses at the site, but the proposal does not. It demolishes the history of the site. Another project objective contributes to the concept of complete neighborhood, but I put forward to you that the proposal does not. It is predominantly R&D office with only 2,600 square feet of retail, which is basically hidden from the view of the neighborhood and travelers on nearby streets and housing. While at the same time, there is a proposal to change the comp plan designation to commercial service, a designation used specifically on El Camino Real because it's characterized by vehicle as a vehicle destination. This site is near the Caltrain station. It doesn't satisfy that at all. This building is a rare surviving example of Palo Alto's and Santa Clara County's agricultural past. That's from the Page and Turnbull HRE. Yet the response in the EIR, or in the FEIR, having to do with the question about whether this is not just a local, but a regional significant impact. The proposed project would not contribute to cumulative impacts on cultural resources outside the project site. Valley of Heart's Delight is not a designated historic district, and the project area is not within the historic district. Those are, I can't get my mind around those responses. Addition of a parking structure, adding a street directly in front, adding a housing project of directly in front. Analysis, the response to those concerns about having additional impacts, the response was analysis unnecessary due to significant impact. It's important whether or not the cannery is saved as we advocate the remnant building will be compromised for listing locally due to impacts. So it's sort of like saying we're already bludgeoning, bludgeoning a site. So it doesn't matter how much more we bludgeon it. And I'm using a harsh term there, but just to make a point. There are other concerns, the proximity of the townhome development and its impact. There's a term for it. The applicant at the historic consultant, to my surprise, at the HRB meeting said that the remnant building that, as I refer to it, what's left, they mentioned a lot of replace in kind as opposed to repair and restore elements around the building, which means I don't know what's going to be left of the original building. It sounds to me like not much, if anything. I don't have that level of detail, but replace in kind is not the first place you go. You go to restore and repair first. I'm going to skip down here. At the August 1, 2022 council presentation, introduction of this project, one of the slides indicated that the remaining cannery building, the remnant as I call it, would be subject to the Secretary's standards. I suggest to you that it's not for the reasons that I've listed above. For PC zoning is proposed for 4 parcels as a part of this project. I suggest to you that a more creative thinking would say that you wouldn't have to do PC zoning. The PC zoning is being requested because of the development on the remaining parcels or on those parcels that are being created. Doesn't satisfy anything in the zoning code. More creative thinking about land use and agreements would, I think, have the potential for eliminating that. We talk a lot about displacement these days, and for good reason. We want to make sure we are not displacing people or peoples who have long been someplace for the sake of adding more and new opportunities. I suggest to you that we are replacing our culture, our legacies, our important histories, and a community and beyond when we erase the past, the very significant past that exists on this site. The ARB at your first view of this made very clear your thoughts about the proposal. You did that essentially in your first review. It is also appropriate to make comments about what if this goes forward as proposed and what you think important. But I hope you will also assert your opinion about the proposal consistent with your charge as the ARB. The development agreement has been revised, and we now understand there is latitude to make changes. We hope Subrata will take seriously the concerns and care the community has about the current proposal and consider changes. We're all volunteers, and we believe there is a better way to accomplish the goals of the development agreement, the applicant, and the public, the community at large, while respecting the history and giving it its rightful place in our future. And I thank you all for your very thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more speakers?
Yes, next is Terry Holzheimer.
Good morning. If you could state and spell your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Terry Holzheimer. It's Holzemer. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about 200 Portage. Although it's not an official, although I'm not an official representative, I served on the NVCAP working group for more than 2.5 years and attended several hundreds of hours of meetings and discussion on this topic. And the working group did come up with 3 alternatives. And one of the first alternatives we supported was the importance of historical preservation of this site. If you'd like to know more, I'd certainly be able to tell you more. But I'd like to focus, be aware that 340 Portage is not, of course, your ordinary rundown warehouse structure. It is likely one of the last of its kind in all of California. It is a true historic building, not only for what occurred there on a daily basis, but who built and established the Bayside Cannery Company as one of the most important in the entire world, not just in this country, but in the world. It is vital to understand this significance so future generations can learn and study what happened at 340 Portage. In a very similar way, that is why our community has so carefully preserved and saved the Addison House, for example, that will now hold the Palo Alto History Museum. In the limited time I have to talk, I urge you to carefully review the city's own recon consultant's report, which started on the packet page of 59 in the staff report. If you go to page 59 very clearly, it states that destroying or demolishing 40% of this important historical structure would constitute material impairment to the historical resource and would not meet the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historical properties. Even more important than that, I believe, is what the next sentence says. It says, even though there will be a remaining portion remaining, they found, these historical consultants found that these elements, the ones that would be left, would be inconsistent with the standards, the Secretary of Interior standards for the planned removal of distinctive and character-defining features that characterize this property. So even if you tear down the 40%, which is unreasonable, the remaining portion would not be acceptable as an historical structure. Basically, what this means is that if you demo this part and modify it, then that it will not longer be historic. Finally, I'd just like to mention the feasibility study. I really think that this is a critical element that should be put together and discussed about the future of this building. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Yes, next is Jeff Levinsky.
Good morning, Mr. Levinsky. You'll have 3 minutes. I believe you've already spelled your name for us.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, board members and staff, and thank you all for your efforts to evaluate this proposal. It can't be said often enough that the cannery and the Office on Ash are extraordinary in their terms of significance to Palo Alto, to our greater region, and frankly, to the world. As the analysis by Page and Turnbull indicates, demolishing almost 40% of the cannery will be catastrophic and defeats the whole notion of historic preservation at the site. Some perceive that our city has no choice in this matter, perhaps due to a threat of a lawsuit from the property owner or new state laws. I asked about this, and the answers in the revised final EIR indicate that the city does have choices. The proposed mix of uses do not comply with our current zoning laws and will require lot line changes, which are discretionary. That means the city does not have to agree to this project at all. There's also some question about whether it complies with the comprehensive plan. I've spoken with experts who help write that plan, and they say, no, the current project does not comply with it. Given then that our city is not obliged in any way to approve the current proposal, there's an enormous opportunity for you to suggest creative ways to preserve the entire cannery and improve the overall site. I outlined just one such approach on page 64 of the FEIR. Instead of building a new garage north of the cannery, park those cars inside the 40% of the cannery that was to be demolished. Where the new garage was to be built, put the condominiums that would have been on top of the demolished cannery. So you end up with about the same number of condominiums and parking spaces, but the cannery building remains 100% intact. The FEIR dismissed this in one sentence, saying, quote, modifying the cannery building to convert it to a parking use could not be done without modifying the character-defining features of the building, end of quote. Well, only part of the building would be for parking, and the only external change needed is to turn the current ramped entrance area on Park, you probably know what I'm talking about, which isn't original anyway, into the garage opening. No other doors or windows would need to change, neither would the roof line, so it would very much preserve the existing building, avoid the considerable environmental negatives and costs of constructing a brand new giant garage, move condominiums further away from the train, which is a source of noise, and still keep about the same number of condominiums. And that's just one possibility. Please offer your ideas. Consider how other cities have preserved buildings like this. Urge the PTC and the City Council to as well in your motion. We have an incredible, one-of-a-kind, amazing piece of history right in our own backyard. Let's be creative. Let's save it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, one more. Our last one is Eugen Lockhart.
Good morning. If you could state and spell your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Eugen Lockhart, Yugen Lockkhart. And I'm an Olive Avenue resident. And so I'm representing knowledge on the street. One thing to the applicant, I know they're looking into drainage, but it's as critical that it's very clear that they understand the impact that Olive Avenue slopes down towards this property. So there's additional drainage, not just from your own site. In addition to that, just make sure those live oaks that you just proposed are going to handle the winter water logging. They probably will, but just keep that in mind. It's dry in the summer, but it gets soggy, very, very soggy there in the winter. And then also on the parking garage side, if you could add some more bushier trees rather than incredibly slow growing live oaks so that it can block out, especially in the garage area. You know, you're going to get car alarms and headlights shining in people's windows. So more green space bushes between the properties would be greatly appreciated. Along the townhouse area, you're looking at residences. It's not quite as bad, although a little bit of green separation would be appreciated as well. Regarding the buildings themselves, the townhouses, they're still a little bit boxy and ugly. We do appreciate that you put one of the three versions with a slightly sloped roof to represent some of Ventura. Although I guess the boxiness does represent kind of what Park Avenue is with the industrial buildings. So those are some general thoughts on the project. I think it's interesting that all the photos are not representing the remaining structure on the other side of the monitor roof building that is going to remain. It's existing, but it would be nice to see in some of your renderings how the old section that's going to be unmodified is going to represent into the new modified area. And then lastly, it's been rumored that there's a whole nother low-income housing project that's going to be deeper on the creek side of this parking lot. And if that's a low-income development, it's allowed to exceed all of the regular regulations. It gets to be taller and wider. As we know, like with Charities is able to do it. They've been courteous about not going way over, but it would be nice to see how that whole development is going to work in with all of this. We're looking at all of these 3-story buildings, but if you have a big 5-story building that gets to come last, how is that going to impact everybody's sun lines, the shade, the vertical heights, et cetera? And that's separating all of this from the Bulware Park / creek renovation that they're talking about. So anyways, those are our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other public comments?
No, that's it.
Okay, so we'll close the meeting to public comment. At this point, I'd like to offer the applicant an opportunity to rebut any of the statements that have been made. Would you like to do so? Staff, do we have the applicant online here?
Yeah, sorry about that, Evan Sokolowski. Just one quick response. We appreciate the comments from the neighbors along Olive. Do want to note that we both lowered the garage with the input from the ARB, and also took particular care in designing the facade facing those residents to apply panels to screen headlights. Understanding that the importance of that. So we were looking to mitigate that to our neighbors as much as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. With that, I'd like to bring this back to the board for our discussion. Before we start, if I could get staff to make a quick comment regarding what you perceive as the proper role for the ARB to be regarding the historic preservation of the cannery building. My understanding is that there's a development agreement that the city council made regarding removing that building. We've heard members of the public requesting us to get quite deeply involved in essentially what was the guts of that development agreement. Where do you see us landing on that? Just so everybody hears you again, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I guess where I see the ARB's role, a couple different things. One, your role in the ARB findings, they do speak to the historic aspects of the site. And so what we're anticipating with respect to that is, one, the fact that you understand the findings of the environmental impact report and acknowledge that those findings are that this project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact on a historic resource. So the building, our finding is that the building would not be eligible for the California Register and National Register following this development. And so the ARB, in making any recommendation on the project, needs to consider the environmental impacts and understand that that is an environmental impact. Now, that said, council, in negotiating the key terms of the agreement, that was a key understanding. It was known that this would remove half of the cannery building, and that therefore this project would not, the building would no longer be eligible. To that end, they are still interested in trying to retain this remaining building as much in line with the standards as possible. And so the analysis that was completed for this project for the Secretary of Interior Standards it's always going to conclude, no matter what they do, that it's not going to be consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards because they're demoing a portion of the building and that results in material impacts on the resource. But the goal was to try and align the changes as much as possible, try and reduce the changes as much as possible to that remaining structure, but also think about how the project is being used moving forward. And so there's kind of this intersect of the urban design and how you make the site usable for the proposed use, while also trying to retain as much historic aspects of the site. And so going back to the ARB findings, I would say that the goal of that would be to try and retain as much historic integrity of the site and to make efforts to further the historic aspects of the sites. We anticipate that the applicant is doing that through the required plaques, through the HABs mitigation, through the public art aspects, as well as trying to retain certain features such as the monitor roofs that are character defining. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. I just wanted to have us hear from you where you saw we land on that. So back to the board. And I'd like to go ahead.
Another question for staff. So in terms of our discussion today, I wanted to get clarity on what staff's recommendation is. Like, are we being asked to recommend approval of the projects in front of us?
You are being asked to recommend approval of the project in front of you. The piece that's part of your purview is the development plan itself, which is one component of the planned community rezoning, essentially. So everything else is within the Planning Commission and Council's purview, but the development plan itself is what we are asking you to make a recommendation on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Board Member Thompson, hopefully you could start our conversation today. I understand you're going to be stepping away at 10 o'clock.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have about 15 minutes to cover it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much to the applicant and to staff and to the members of the public. Very much appreciate everyone's comments. It's given me a lot more to think about. I had notes here from yesterday and earlier this week. But yeah, these public meetings really kind of, I don't know. Well, let me go through my notes and then maybe give a few more thoughts. So in terms of my comments, I sort of structured them the way staff did in our book. So going through each of our previous comments, looking at the applicant response, and then sort of going from there. So in terms of the monitor roof frontage, you know, the member of the public that spoke last made a good comment about the rest of the building and seeing a lot of that in the renderings that's kind of cut off. We can see them in the elevations, and you know, I know we were sort of struggling with how funky it kind of looks, but perhaps in the context of the greater building, given that it's kind of continuing on, I think I can accept what's over there. So with that item, you know, there's I'm sort of lukewarm on the proposal, but I can accept it. HVAC design. I had a question about how this is affecting the exterior, but I think we asked that last time and it seemed like it would all be hidden. So appreciate the efforts on the HVAC design. For the parking garage palette, it does appear that it's not very visible from places in the public. So I might actually encourage more integration of color. I think the choices that have been made so far look good. The sort of the offset of the different panels, it's sort of hard to find a design intent behind that. So I might just encourage a bit more work on bringing more color into the garage parking palette. And perhaps, maybe even incorporation of some art as well, because it's sort of quite, that rendering where we come in from the backside just looks pretty monotone, which I don't think, especially given how lively the rest of the project is coming along, seems like it's just an afterthought and could use a little bit more thinking on there. Appreciate the material samples. They're very helpful, much more detailed than the last time we saw them. So in general, I'm supportive of the materials that have been put in front of us. Let's see. I'm going to skip over the last few items on this table since I don't have any more comments on them. Moving to the townhomes. I also agree with the member of the public. They're still a little boxy from last time, but they are much improved. The elevations are much improved from last time we saw them. So I do appreciate the applicant taking our advice into consideration. That elevation on the two elevations on Olive and on the other side, I think could still use some roofline variation just to provide a bit more visual interest, given that that will be a very visible part. I think the applicant really needs to see that as kind of their front facade in many ways, because that will be very visible. So I think that elevation could use a little bit more work, but the rest of the townhomes have come a long ways, and I appreciate the work that's been done on them. I would support widening the paseo to 6 feet. And I think, that might have been the minimum of what we asked last time. Of course, we would love to see more, but I would support as much widening as possible. So those are the extent of my comments. The thought about sort of this history, some of the items that the public had mentioned, I kind of wish the applicant had spoken to that a little bit more, because it has given me more to think about in terms of, when we originally saw this project come in front of us, I think we had a lot of hopes that the Cannery Building could have been this cool farmer's market interior and had a lot of opportunities for what this space could be. And I don't know that it's being used to its full potential, in honesty. So I'll kind of leave my comments there for now. And yeah, I do have to step away at 10, but hopefully I'm able to come back and we can, hopefully I don't miss too many of your comments, because I think this is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go further, Board Member Thompson, I'm afraid if you step away for any length of time and are not able to hear everybody's comments, I wouldn't feel comfortable allowing you to vote on the project, just so you're aware of that.
I
It's just for
understand.
the benefit of the public. But
Yeah.
we encourage you to be here as much as possible and understand if you have to go do something else. Board Member Chen, would you like?
All right, thank you, everybody, for your input for this project. I will also separate my comments for the Cannery Building and the townhomes. So I agree with what my colleagues just comment on the Cannery Building. But the only thing I have different thoughts about your comments on the parking. You mentioned, Osman, you mentioned that it might be good to include more colors. But my worry is that the parking garage is so close to the Cannery Building, and the location of this garage is kind of aggressive to the historic building next to it. So I'm not sure to adding more colors will make the parking garage just stand out, because the site plan, we want the Cannery Building to be seen from on the site. So instead of include more colors, actually I would discourage them to do so. And on the townhomes, I do appreciate the applicant to make the pastel wider. However, I think it's still too narrow compared to what you described, because at the very beginning of the project, you brought up the idea of pastel, and I thought it's really cool and people can do all kinds of activities there. But just look at the current site plan, it seems like it's just a walkway with some landscapes on each side of the walkway. So I think to make it wider, it would be benefit to the whole community, and also to include more activities for the kids and for all those people who live there. And also just from what you propose now, considering the 3-story high, the building height, and also the building orientations, I don't think the current proposed pastel is as pleasant as what I originally thought. And also for the materials, I think since I was not here during the last meeting, I saw lots of improvements on the materials and the building, the roof lines, the building design. But one thing I want to point out is the building 1, the fourplex. Let me see the site plan. So it's the fourplex facing just next to the single family zone. There is a corner unit, the end unit that you just cut off it to meet the setback and to meet the daylight plan. I think it's just a weird unit for the end unit. And I don't understand. Well, I understand why you're doing it, but it's just not compatible with the other part of the townhome. So I hope you can do some improvements for that unit or that building. And also for the, back to the pastel, actually, I want to mention that I still want to, I would still encourage you to work on the unit layout to hopefully to gain 1 or a couple more feet from the unit layout to make the building, the depth of the building shallower, narrower, instead of just working on this width of the driveway, width of the road between the garage or the pastel. So if you can reconsider the layout of your units and gain some extra feet from there, it's also another possibility to make the pastel wider and more pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. Board Member Hirsch, would you like to discuss next?
First, I would like to sort of do 2 parts. One, I would like to address the historic issues first. I thought Claire summed it up very well. I'd like to add that I've had significant amount of historic experience in architecture in the New York area, involved in the James Farley building by McKim, and White. That's a post office building, which had been preserved in its original terracotta cornice work. And we examined it and managed to recreate it, actually, with some pieces from California here of new terracotta. And it's a very significant building. McKim, and White were incredible architects in the New York area for many years at the turn of the century. And the building had been preserved all this time. I'm sure you all have heard about the original disaster, because I was there when the committee at the post office, at the Pennsylvania train station, while Philip Johnson and numerous other New York numeraries, historic, important people in New York City tried to preserve Pennsylvania Station. And unfortunately, it became Madison Square Garden. And I also worked on a building in Prospect Park called the Litchfield Villa, which was designed by a great architect even earlier in the 1860s, Alexander Jackson Davis. A building that was a house within the Prospect Park. So during this experience, I did spend a lot of time in the federal requirements for historic restoration, Department of Interior standards. So to bring it home here, my judgment is that the cannery is a wonderful reminiscent of a past era, industrial era, fruit packing era. However, the amount of detail, the amount of historic architecture isn't really there. And what the architects have done here, I think, is a really wonderful way of bringing it into the new century and the new, and I'll speak to this a little bit later, but I can't agree with trying to retain all of what was there as a memory of what it was. But I think there are wonderful ways that the artist that's been selected could go back in history and find proper descriptions of how it was used, the number of people who used it, all of the way it was, what it served as a part of not just the history of it as a building, but of the whole city as a completely different kind of a place, an agricultural situation where fruit trees and plants processing fruits were accomplished. And to see it historically, or for the kids in the community to see what it was, is something that can be recreated, but doesn't need to have the building represent it in its entirety the way it is now. I prefer that there's a transition to today's time and that this be a different kind of expression, which it has become. And I congratulate the architects in the way it was put together and all of their sensitivity to that. So if I could sort of separate this from, okay, thank you. I should go on? I will do that.
Please.
Okay.
I've been very intrigued with what you have to say, since this is wonderful to hear.
So I have a little bit to say about, quite a bit to say about the project with the planned community zoning issues. And I want to speak from something I've written up here. It's our responsibility to follow our findings as we review projects large and small. And just so we don't forget, planning also opines using the same findings in our packet at each meeting. There are times, however, when we need to go beyond these specific qualifications because as members of this Palo Alto community and as architects, we also bear a responsibility to recognize the needs of the entire city, which ought to influence our decisions. To me, and really as far back as my first bike ride trip around my new Palo Alto community, I realized that Fry's was one of the most significant sites in Palo Alto, an unusual throwback to the past. More recently, it became clear that as one of the only few major open parcels, it has become an obvious opportunity to advance a significant portion of the housing element in cooperation with an owner developer, the Sobrato Corporation, capable of producing it and with a significant self-interest in making it a success. More than 60% of the Sobrato scheme is, in my opinion, a very exciting proposal. I think if Thomas Foon Chu were to see his cannery building after it was repurposed, he would marvel at the change from such a humble processing building near the orchard farms to a gleaming metal high-tech center in a transformed economy. We can agonize over some of the small aspects of the design, but the end product will clearly be a thrilling statement. As to the other 40%, I find I cannot accept this presentation of townhomes. Fellow board member Ying-Si Chen and I spent weeks reviewing townhome projects, studying them, outlining or visiting, and zooming in on Google Earth images from above, scrolling in close, and finally presenting our study as a PowerPoint to our board. This townhome scheme, as presented to us for many reasons, violates too many of the principles we found that worked well in the projects we studied. But even more important to me, the decision to fill this portion of the site with townhomes is wrong from the start. I believe it is important to consider this decision for these following reasons. One, the zoning could easily be revised so that substantially more units could be constructed as mid-rise housing, which is essential to reach the Palo Alto housing elements requirements. Two, larger buildings will allow a greater diversity of tenant population, so it wouldn't be an exclusively family-oriented community. Three, Park Boulevard is primarily occupied by commercial office buildings, which are not incompatible with a medium-density residential use, as would be more likely if it were a low-density residential neighborhood. And the scale of these new housing elements could be reduced in height as they approach the Olive Street residential neighborhood. Four, larger buildings will allow better use of the site's residual open space for the residents' common use. Five, the building forms can be located in shape so that Sobrato office building, that the new rendition, is visible from the point of entry from Park Boulevard. Six, the panoramic views from the higher elevations of these buildings will be dramatic both towards the baylands and foothills, so rooftop socializing space will be in high demand. Seven, taller buildings will establish a visual identity to the project, just as the Charities project will define the opposite corner on Olive and El Camino Real. I would like if Chair Bolte would agree to make a motion regarding this particular way of considering the site, but I leave it up to you to decide when and if that's possible.
I think after everyone speaks, if we can get support for that kind of thing, of course.
So would I start now or should we wait?
No.
I'd like to hear everybody else's.
Absolutely. I want to hear everybody's thoughts before we get into the action.
So I have just one other comment to make. And that is to refer back to the comp plan goals and policies, comp plan land use designation for sites in multifamily residential. It says project proposes to add a new public park, and this is written by planning. The project proposes to add a new public park and multifamily residential use, 74 townhomes and affordable project housing project on the proposal city dedicated parcels. These uses are consistent with multifamily residential land use designation, which, and I emphasize this, encourages high density residential uses within 0.5 miles of transit. I'm going to stop there to just say that this is pretty much what I'm trying to say. This project is close to transit. You could use state regulations to minimize some of the parking requirements, therefore, and is an ideal location for a denser project that would be much more responsive to the housing element requirements that we have in this city. We cannot allow it to be used in the density that is being proposed. I just want to sort of add to this exactly what was stated, which I think demonstrates what I'm saying here, is that the Paseo doesn't work. The project uses up the land for single-family homes. If it was designed as a multifamily, larger scale development, you would have much better use of the open space, as I mentioned, and it would be more in keeping with the objective of answering the state's requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Yes, I'd like you to go next, Board Member Rosenberg, but Board Member Hirsch, I understand your points. Are you interested in also commenting on the direct comments from the applicant, what changes they've made that we asked for last time? So we have a standing of how you feel on each of these items. Is it possible just to quickly run through that checklist?
Are you talking specifically about the cannery building or the housing element?
Well, both. We have a list here beginning on packet page 16 through 19 with approximately 10 items. And so far, 2 previous board members have just gone through and basically stated how they feel about whether that's been accomplished.
Well, I think I've
that's fine.
summarized pretty much the thought that the site plan does not work. It doesn't meet the objectives even of the designers who were talking about it as a paseo. Pretty much squeezing a few feet here and there in order to make the paseo work. That was one of the items that we discovered was really, really important, that socializing spaces within a development have to be appropriately scaled so that they can work, and this one does not. In order to, as I saw it, that, I felt that the scale of the perimeter street in order to make it reuse some of that space in the center. But in the end, it really, even when you squeeze the most out of it that you can from the private parking bays, there won't be enough space for any kind of significant improvement that this becomes a appropriate. So in terms of the aesthetics of the houses, frankly, I'm really a little confused because there are an awful lot of different elements within each of the housing facades. I think there has been a modest improvement, but I'm less interested in talking about it in detail because I think the entire site plan is wrong in respect to the amount of housing that could be provided and a much more dynamic project based on increasing the density and creating shapes and buildings that would better fit the site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. So Board Member Rosenberg, would you care to make comments?
Yes, I will start by sort of running on the list, as some of the previous board members had done, the monitor roof frontage. I actually am okay with the frontage at this point, understanding that it is, understanding and appreciative of the public comment regarding that the photos of historical frontage may or may not be from the timeline of impact and significance. I am still okay with how it is being proposed at this time. The HVAC, I believe, is being reflective and thoughtful. There's one element where it kind of drops down and goes around the dip in the cannery on the interior. And that's in one of the renderings. That one moment does have me minor concerns, but again, it's not the end of the world. I would also say that the potential for painting those ductwork black might also potentially help fade those out a little bit. The parking garage palette, I appreciate the introduction of color, and also I do appreciate the dysregulation of that really long facade behind the houses. I actually would encourage the applicant to apply that more to the cannery side, where I think that's where Board Member Chen and I might disagree, that I think that the modulation of the panels sort of moving up and down really breaks up that facade in a nice way, as well as the introduction of color. Touching on what Board Member Thompson had mentioned, it doesn't seem that there's any sort of specific means or methods for why you're doing the color, where you're doing it, why you're regulating, where you're regulating it. However, it is reasonably successful, and I would just encourage you to lean into that a bit more. Material samples incredibly helpful. The glass color, great. Monitor reviews, understood. Operable windows, understood. Disappointing, but understood. The townhomes, I think the materials are a significant improvement. I really appreciate the introduction of more of the wood elements. Now, the fact that you're not using real wood is fine. I think that the selection that you've chosen is of high quality and will look and appear very much like wood, and actually is a good solution in terms of it will have a lower maintenance and will hold up well over the duration of the project and the life of the building. Sunshades would be great. The paseos. The paseos, so there's a series of townhomes over near Eagle Park in Menlo in Mountain View. I used to live in that neighborhood, and I would walk down that townhome area quite often because of that paseo. And even though I didn't live in those townhomes, I lived on the other side. That was my preferred path of travel, simply because of the dimension between the houses, the way they had landscaped it, the fountain at the center intersection point. Now, I can see this becoming closer to the success that that townhome sequence has. However, it would have to be widened as much as possible. And I do think that the reduction of parking is not the only thing to consider. Right. So there's the potential for also slanting the parking that's perfectly adjacent to the cannery. That might actually buy you a couple more feet as well. I'm a little disheartened that more wasn't done on that front to try and really understand how you could move those borders of the townhomes. It felt very much that the applicant said, these are our borders, this is what we can do. I do believe that paseo widening is successful at the 6 feet. But I would appreciate a bit more exploration on that front. To back up and to really talk about what Board Member Hirsch had put out there in regards to the townhomes. I'm of the opinion that the townhomes are actually a good idea. And now that is in direct contrast to what Board Member Hirsch is going forward with. So respectfully disagreeing here. I think that we have to acknowledge the fact that there are single-family homes in this area. And these single-family homes are butting up right against a really significant project that's going on, and they have no control over this. I think that by putting a high-impact, high-density, and taller building would significantly impact those homeowners. Also, a higher, taller building would directly compete with the historical cannery that we are trying to celebrate. I believe that the application with townhomes, with 3-story townhomes, to respect the height of the cannery is thoughtful to the property itself. I think it is a good idea for the area that it's in, especially knowing that we've got some high density residences being on the El Camino side right nearby. I do firmly believe that the townhomes are a good idea and much more respectful to the neighbors that are currently living in this area. In regards to the cannery history is something that I am disheartened to say that I have never even known about. I was born and raised in Palo Alto. I've been here my whole life. And that building to me was Fry's Electronics, and it was not a cannery building. And with this proposal, I am being able to see the history, the man that built it, the importance on this community. And while history needs to be preserved, it also needs to be understood and celebrated. I believe that the architecture of the building now shows off more of the cannery than it did previously. I believe that they're being respectful to what was there before, and they're reinvigorating a building that really has been quite neglected. If the preservation had continued consistently the whole time, I would be more apt to say the entire building needs to be preserved. At this point, with the uses that it's been through since, I do believe that the architect and the applicant have made good strides forward to celebrate the building and reinvigorate it in a way that will move forward with new generations coming through Palo Alto, understanding better of the history of this building. So architecturally speaking, the use is where I have an issue. The problem that I see with this building is that the use of the cannery, and specifically those two monitor buildings, is really not being made useful for the public. It's being made useful for a corporation to put their office building in, and a retail space at the front that, yes, we did ask for, that gets two tiny skylights to view the monitor buildings. Now, board member Thompson had sort of made comment or allusion to this potentially being used as a farmer's market, something like that. I'm not here to tell the developer what to put in that building, but it is a huge shame that this building, while being celebrated and useful, and we will have the history and we will acknowledge it and bring it to the 2023 standards, all of that is being done so that one occupant can be inside this building. And that feels like a tremendous waste. I really think that this use should be more public, should be more open, and should be absolutely celebrated for what it is. Those are all my comments at this time, but I do appreciate the comments from the public. I do appreciate the impact that this will have on the neighbors. I appreciate the history being impacted of this building. And I do understand that this is a very significant project in this town, possibly the most significant we've had for decades, and that it does need to be treated with care and thoughtfulness. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rosenberg. I appreciate your comments about the history, and I'm going to start right in on that. I think you're spot on that the use of this building, of this site, is what was truly historic. I agree with Board Member Hirsch's assessment that the building itself just lacks architectural merit. It's not architecturally a significant building. It's a significant building indeed because of its past use. Its past use was paramount to this town. Board Member Rosenberg's comment, I never knew it was historic. I always thought of it as Fry's Electronics, is very much in the majority in Palo Alto. I share the same comment. I went to Fry's Electronics all the time. When I went into Fry's Electronics, I would look up at the monitor roofs. I would see something special about this building. Fry's Electronics was a public building. Anyone could go in there. What's lacking in this project is that preservation of the use, of the recognition of the use. And I think all of us are nodding our heads. I think most people in Palo Alto would agree with that simple statement, that the use is not being preserved, it's being lost. And that's the travesty. That's the real shame, that our town cannot somehow find a way to preserve this use. With that in mind, I don't want to see our board do what was forced upon the Historic Resources Board, which is to say, well, if you're going to do this, then we agree with these colors. I think we do need to make a clear statement about what should be preserved historically. The city council can choose to listen to us or not, the public as well. But I would like to see us make a motion and vote that effectively the use of this site is not, this building is just not appropriate. Then we can move on to be more appropriate as far as what planning department needs from us. I would like to offer Board Member Hirsch the same opportunity to convince the board that we would have a similar vote regarding the use of the townhomes. I understand and I do support his statement that a higher density use would be more appropriate to both the town's housing element and general policies and goals than townhomes. I'm not sure the entire board would support that, but I'd like to offer him a chance to get us to make that clear statement through a motion with a vote that we could offer to the council. So once we get those two things done, I would like to also run through this checklist because I believe that's really that's our work today. is to do that. And we need to be aware that we have improved this project dramatically. From what was first presented to us with these townhomes, this is a much better design. It's a much better group of buildings right now. So I think that the current design with the asymmetric blocks on the front of the monitor roof are better than they were before. You do see them on the roof now in some form. It's like Board Member Rosenberg said, it's better than what was there. So I can support that if that's the best we're going to get. I can support the changes to the HVAC design. I think the parking garage is fine the way it is. I appreciate the material samples and I'm okay with what were presented. Same with the glass color. Same with the looking into the monitor roofs. I think that's better than what was there before. I think there's ways to make operable windows work, so I cannot accept their statement on that. I'm not sure that's a significant enough thing. And the townhomes, I think they are high quality materials. I think the buildings have been sufficiently redesigned several times now, and they're pretty good, I think, given where they are. The sunshades help a lot. I absolutely cannot support anything less than 6 feet wide for the paseos. I think that's the minimum we agreed to last time, and it needs to be that much. I'm really disappointed that the applicant didn't come up with a better solution. Just narrowing other streets, which are really going to be tough to get through the political process because of the 32-foot code, means it's a chance it's not going to get wider. And so you're putting us in the difficult position of having to recommend something with a condition that may or not be accepted. Or we just continue this and ask you to come back with a serious design that will meet this requirement, which is where I feel we should go. But you've heard consistently, this is to the applicant from the board, about the narrowness of those paseos. We've given you great levels of presentation as to why they need to be bigger. We've thought about it a lot ourselves. We're all practicing architects. We understand how narrow they are now, and it's not suitable. Consistently over 3 meetings, every board member has stated the same thing about the width of these paseos. It's not going to change, and I think we shouldn't just roll over and accept something less than 6 feet at the minimum. That's how I feel about this. Before we go into motions or votes and stuff, I realized I had neglected to really be clear with the board and the public that Board Member Chen missed our first meeting, and she has told me in private that she has looked at the past videos, which satisfies our requirement that she'd be able to participate. I'd like her a chance in public to clarify the situation.
Well, yes, I was not here last meeting and I did watch the video and I disclosed it at the beginning of this project. Thank you.
Staff, are we all comfortable then with that disclosure?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, just nothing personal, but this is an important project and there's going to be a lot of review of our work on this. So to that effect, I would like to try to craft 2 motions before we get to a motion regarding the content in our package. One is regarding the historic reuse of the property in the building, and the other is regarding whether townhomes really are the proper thing to build here. So we're really clear on that. I'll take a first stab at the language on the one about the historic stuff. And hopefully we can all chime in to get this concise and appropriate. But I think I would like to say that the Architectural Review Board considers that the use of 340 Portage is historically significant. We should be preserving some of the existing building in a form that preserves the use. We think that means that some or all of the monitor roof portion of the building should be a publicly accessible, usable space. Is it possible, Claire, to put that in text on the screen so we can all see it? I think that's still pretty choppy. But we want to keep it tight, clean, quick.
Give me. Give me a few minutes. Hold on.
David, we're going to do the same thing with your townhome stuff. So you might want to think how you want to phrase that, because I'll let you.
I have it.
Okay. I'll remind my colleagues, we speak strongest with one voice rather than just voting no alone. speak up. Let's find a compromise so we can all be unanimous. The city council will hear this, the town will hear this. I want us speaking together.
If I might add my 2 cents on this, I would like to be clear that I think that the entire 2 bays of the Monitor building and the mezzanine are what should be public use. That if we look at sheet A3_2.1.6, you go right at grid line 8. 8, 9, 10, 11 should be public. Everything to the left can be whatever it wants.
Both monitor structures or just the one on the right?
Both monitor
Both
structures
monitor structures.
and the
okay.
mezzanine.
So let's see what's written here. The use of 340 portage is historically significant, and we should be preserving some of the building. Okay. Some or all of the monitor portion of the building should be publicly accessible and usable space. So I just heard Board Member Rosenberg say that all of the monitor building, and we were specific from which grid lines again?
Grid line 8 to the right, over to 11. Grid line should be public use.
Staff, is there a way you can help us describe the space we're talking about is the building under the monitor roofs?
Grid line 8.
Is there a cleaner way to describe that though?
Again, that's sheet.
Grid lines 8 to 11.
Correct. Again, and that's on sheet A3_2.1.6.
But I'd like a way that's captures the public imagination, not grid lines.
I mean, the area, it's the area. I think that includes all the area under the monitor roofs.
Correct.
It seems to me that, you can't interfere with too much of the use of the inside of the space, otherwise it'll never get built. It isn't useful to Sobrato to open this building to public use.
Well, what if we add a statement that it would be okay for them to increase the density someplace else in the building or the site to accomplish their development goals?
I
fair
think
compromise.
it's more important to, I think the idea of experiencing the monitor roofs is a very, very good one. And that they should provide access to a portion of the monitor roof exclusively as a public space. This would easily be usable by an artist who could then inside of the space create something that looked like what maybe was at the one when it was fruit packing interior, so that a section is carved out of the inside so that it becomes open to the outside, to the public.
So what we're discussing right now is how much of that monitor roof portion of the building. So when we say monitor roof portion of the building, is that comfortably understood to be the area within below both of these monitor roof forms?
Could it not be just one of those?
It could be one. I'm just looking for the definition because I don't want to leave grid lines in our motion. So do we think that defines it properly? The monitor roof.
The area under the monitor roof portion of the building, yes, that would define it in my mind.
Monitor roof portions, because there's 2 monitor roofs. Okay, so you're saying, David, that you think it could be some of the space, not the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kendra, you said you think it should be the whole thing.
I mean, I
Can we
think that.
qualify that somehow?
Yeah, I think that also, I do want to sort of clarify my statement here. I'm not saying that this has to be turned into a farmer's market, that this has to be anything in particular, but there's absolutely the potential for a hallway down the middle and small offices on the sides, right? There's the potential for small retail, right? But just reducing the scale of this so that there's some pass through for the public in terms of if they want to get into one of these little shops, they are walking through this building. Just the concern that I have is that this really is lumped together with the rest of the building and it's just noted as future open office. And so if one of these big corporation comes in, they put their offices in there and nobody, unless you work at that company, gets to go
Well,
inside.
I think a third bullet point might be for us to state more clearly what we mean by public use.
Correct.
Because I don't think we want that to mean it has to be a public market necessarily. It could be commercial, but some use that any member of the public might walk in, the way Fry's Electronics was.
Correct.
Which is not the way a R&D office is.
Correct.
That's our big issue. And we want to clarify that clearly.
100%.
Bullet point 2 is trying to define which area of the building we're making this statement about. I'm comfortable saying either one or both monitor roof portions.
I would prefer both, but I'll take what I can get.
What do you think, Board Member Chen?
Well, I would prefer one and then leave the rest of them still as the office. And then for the one monitor bay, and I can vision it as the ferry building in San Francisco with lots of retails on the ground floor and more activities
It's a
there.
good reference idea, yeah. Can we say something like some or all of the area underneath the monitor roof portions of the building? Is that too vague?
Yes, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, no, don't tell me why. Help me phrase it differently. Just
No,
tell me what you think we should say.
The reason that is not enough is because right now that future retail could qualify. So we need to say half or something to that extent, with some portion of this that's of greater significance than just some.
Okay, so why don't we say that we heard this comment that if we break the retail into a part of that monitor building, you're either forced to make a vertical wall through the whole building, which destroys any semblance of historic significance of the building. So really it has to be completely one or completely both. So can we say it has to be at least one of the monitor roof areas?
I would feel comfortable with that.
So all of the air, at least, well, all of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions of the building.
I would also like to interject that we could in theory do the front half, right? Like you could have the break line instead of being down the full length of the monitor, it could actually cut sort of, again, we're looking at this one, it could cut transversely.
Not so easily, because then you have a wall through the middle of this big space.
That's true. And then you can use the depth of it. All
Really
right.
does destroy the
You
Fair enough.
if you could consider for a moment, because I think there's going to be a lot of resistance from the owner to opening up a building like this. They may find one tenant for a whole bay of space. They may find one tenant for all of the space. They may find it works if you have a number of smaller offices. If you have a small section of accessible, let's say from the park side, the public side of the building, to a small area that is including the monitor, and you had a strip window in the middle of it so you could see down the rest of the monitors, you would have a sense of the inside of the entire space, but you wouldn't have to be in that space.
That's not enough for me, David. I'm sorry. I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
I want at least one of those monitor roof buildings in its entirety to be open so somebody can experience what I used to experience in Fry's, what people in this packing cannery plant used to experience. That's the history we're trying to preserve.
Okay.
So that's how I feel.
I think that won't be acceptable to an owner, but I'm not going to speak for him. I'm going to speak for myself and say that I think it's sufficient to get a sense of.
What have we heard from the members of the town? What's acceptable to them as well? We're trying to find some statement about that. At least, so all of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions of the building. So does that meet a description we can all fly by? Board Member Rosenberg?
Yes, I'd be amenable to that.
So a third bullet point would be publicly accessible space can be commercial, retail, but how do we describe that? Without referencing I understand the farmer's market in San Francisco is what you're thinking. How do you put that in words? Staff, help us out here. How do we say that? You guys do this stuff.
May I make a comment
Please.
just on this motion? I think it's certainly within your prerogative to speak to the uses as part of your motion, but I just want to clarify for the record that the reason staff did not push back on the uses in this way is because we have the key terms of the negotiated development agreement on page 15 of the packet. And the ad hoc committee, which consisted of 2 council members, our city manager, our director of planning, our attorney, and Sobrato, spent a year negotiating the uses of the site and the exact square footage of the space. those uses were accepted as the key negotiated terms of the agreement. This is also in reference to the exact number of housing units by the council and approved by the full council. So the directive from council was to propose a project that met the key terms of that development agreement. So the project before you today and that will go before council will reflect the key terms of the development agreement. But again, I think you can certainly express your opinions about that, but I just want to clarify for the record why the uses and square footage are, you know, the way that they are.
I hear you. Just to my colleagues, last I checked, one of the purviews of the Architecture Review Board in Palo Alto, and I could quote this if I had it in front of me, is to advise the City Council and Planning Commission on matters of architectural interest to the town. That's what we're doing. And if you're trying to say to me, don't do that because it's not what they already told you to tell them, that's not what we're doing. I hear you, Claire. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to tell them of a matter that's of architectural interest to the town. That's what we're working on here. So help us out. How do we define that one large space to be used in a way that's commercial, but still publicly available? What are some words we can use to reach that goal? That's what we're looking for right now. I think while we're thinking about that, the last bullet point might contain a phrase that the applicant might be able to use other portions of the building or the site at a higher density level to accomplish the same development objectives. I don't know how we feel about that, but that seems to me a fair response. If you're taking their use of a space that's less than their preferred method, they have some alternative way of developing it. In other words, a two-story space someplace else in that building.
So Chair, if I may, I don't know if we need to describe the use as much. I mean, we could say, you know, we're saying retail, we could say smaller offices, things of that nature. But I think if you talk about more, what are you wanting the public to see? You're wanting them to be able to see under the monitor roof, to see all the structure. Maybe if we speak about it more in those terms.
I see. So if we put at the end of the second bullet point, comma, such that the entirety of the monitor roof is visible.
The entirety of the length of the monitor roof is visible.
Okay, can we try that? Such that the entirety of the length of the monitor roof is visible. Does that meet our objectives, roughly speaking? David, you're thinking about something.
Well, I just go back to the way in which a commercial building like this is used and how it can be made open to the public in some way so you get a sense of the inside of the building and its previous use. I think it involves a kind of a space that is more limited, that allows you in but doesn't really provide access to an entire section of the building, and that you could open the building up with windows within the space that show the rest of the space. And so you're in a piece of it. And in that piece that you're in, you could have exhibits with fries on one side and the older history of fruit packing on the other side. Well, I guess whatever it could be a public use that also refers you back to the history of the building. I just think that's a sensible way, and it's a carve out that could be agreeable to the owner, where they actually maintain it as part of, and maybe even pay for the exhibit idea within the space, and something that the artist that's been selected for this project could deal with very creatively.
So I think bullet point 2 does accomplish that.
No.
When you say such that the entirety of the length of the roof is visible, I think what you're talking about would still allow that.
Within this little space, you see the rest of
You see it. So that's what this is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we don't need to say anything further than that. This is getting complicated. Could we eliminate the third bullet point? When I read the first one, I think something's unclear here. It says we should be preserving some of the building. Well, we already are doing that. What we should be preserving is the use of some of the building. Preserving the use. The use of 340 Portage is historically significant, and we should be preserving some of the use of the building in a public fashion, in a historically significant public fashion.
So that the public can experience the interior of this building.
You just took away, we should be preserving the use so that the public can experience.
Yes, I was
Can you speak?
asking Claire to shorten it because we're just saying the use of 340 Portage is historically significant. And it could just say, and should be preserved.
Yes.
Or a similar use should be preserved so the public can experience the interior of the building. Yeah.
I think that's good. Yeah, you're
Yes.
good at this, Jody.
I'm just wondering if the use of 340 Portage,
Maybe
with
that gets,
respect to retail,
maybe that gets revised
Cannery?
to the public accessibility. Right, the fact that the public had access to this building for all of these years is part of what the issue is. So when they want to close it off, what's the point of making a historical monument that nobody can visit?
Yeah, let's remove the word some of the interior of the building, experience the interior of the building. No, keep it simple. Okay, are we close on this? So I'd like to move that the Architecture Review Board finds these 2 bullet points. So I need a second and we vote on that.
I'll second.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Anyone else speak to that motion?
Before we vote, I'd like to just clarify that the motion here is that we incorporate these 2 in with the approval. What is it? Can you restate the entire motion, please?
The Architecture Review Board finds that, and then the 2 bullet points following. I think it's clear that staff will now have to present this. This is a public thing. Am I wrong?
I think
in saying
if you want to take a straw poll on this and include it in a final motion.
that? Oh, would you think we could put this in a final, all wrap it into one motion instead?
yes, we'd like.
Okay, why don't we hold off on it then? I'll withdraw the motion. Will you withdraw the second?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the second part of this then, which is the townhomes. So David, we'll start with,
What did you say? You're withdrawing it because we're going to present it?
well, we're going to package this into one final motion with
Uh-huh.
3 components. One is this historic component, one is
Okay.
possibly a question about the statement about the townhomes, and then thirdly will be a statement about the actual design that's been in front of us. So David, would you like to make a motion along the
Sure, I
lines of
have the
the Architecture
motion
Review Board
written.
finds that?
I just want to respond to Kendra about the kind of relationship of forms to neighborhood structures. And most of that site is facing Park Boulevard, industrial buildings or office buildings rather. And some of them are, one of them, the WeWorks building, is about 50 feet high. Another building adjacent to it is going to be probably torn down in new construction. And all along Park Boulevard, buildings are a mix of office buildings, and there is a residential building within the format of it, and there are some further towards California Street. But for the most part, it's an office building street, a commercial street. And those areas that face the commercial street certainly could be residential because there's no conflict. I agree with you that, and I mentioned in my comments, I hope you picked it up, that you could scale whatever buildings that are somewhat taller on the site so that they would relate to the neighborhood street that is residential, completely residential. Just the way in which supposedly the Charities building is an anchor on the opposite side. Some elements of these somewhat taller buildings, maybe not even as tall as the Charities building, could work within the site. So here's my motion. The ARB recommends that the director report to the council that the ARB strongly recommends that the areas of the Sobro site, and I'd like to maybe add, or a significant portion of it is designated, that the designation, well, hold on a second. Let me just read the way I've written it. The ARB recommends that the director report to the council that the ARB strongly recommends that the area of Sobro site designated as townhomes be rejected and that a denser mid-rise development is substituted in its place. Now, I'd like to kind of add to this the possibility of a portion of the site remains, even if a portion of the site remains as townhomes.
So two things. One is about the process and the other is about the content. On the process, I think we should just make a statement, not recommend that the director make a statement. Because the director just won't make the statement then.
This is pretty much the way our regulations are written. If you read the chapter in our code book in 18, it states that we are reporting to the director who then.
No, not quite. It states that we're doing that on matters of process for quasi-judicial issues, but it also states that our job in part is to advise the council and transportation committee on matters of architectural interest. I think that's what we're doing.
Just to clarify, for PCs, you're recommending to council, it's slightly different than architectural review board. So I think that's the clarification.
Okay, but I suggest we just make a statement of, this is our opinion.
Okay.
So the question of whether townhomes should be rejected and higher density uses be recommended. How do we feel about that? Kendra, I think you're not so comfortable with that. Is that right?
Yeah, I would have to disagree with that.
Okay, is there a way you could modify it so you could agree with it? David, can you accept a modification to get Kendra's?
Not sure.
I don't know. We might be at loggerheads here.
2-2 votes isn't going to get you very far.
I know. So part of my concern, if I can just speak to my piece, is that we know for a fact that we've got very high residential coming in at El Camino. Right. There's actually multiple buildings in this stretch that are going to be high residential, super low income, which is great. We want to see more of that. The goal of this area, and if we take a big zoom out, is to really create a diversity. And I don't think there are any townhomes really being proposed anywhere else. So this really is the only sort of block of townhomes in this area. And I think that it is respectful to the neighbors. And I think that it is sort of what this, again, zooming out, looking at the broader area needs. If we do want to have more mid-rise, I would say, again, there's sort of another portion waiting to be developed, owned by the same company, by the same applicant that we're looking at on this cover sheet here, where there's, the creek coming through, there's potentially going to be a park, which we saw on the last ARB meeting where they did the overall reuse. And maybe that's the potential for the higher density mid-rise building away from the houses and on sort of this front side of the cannery. Whether that's right. And then that's right next to the park that they're also discussing. So for me, I think that these townhouses are very appropriate for where they are, given the greater context of this area. So I'm gonna have a hard time being
I'm
talked
not hearing
down.
much compromise.
I know.
On this.
I apologize.
And so that would be
this is a pretty strong feeling. Understood.
Remember, Chen, how do you feel?
Well, I think I do agree. It is a perfect location for higher density higher density housings. However, considering as board member, as vice chair just mentioned, when we zoom out and see the entire neighborhood. So I'm not sure if we could do just a portion of this side to be higher density and then leave still the other part of the portion still townhomes, so that the cannery building will not be like inside a fortress, like all the high risings around it.
Exactly.
So Board Member Hirsch, if we were to say something like a portion of the site currently designated for townhomes should be developed into higher density housing.
Yes, I'd be okay with that.
You'd be okay with that. How about you, Board Member?
I would be okay with it hesitantly. The other thing I would stipulate is I would prefer a 3-story height limit, simply so that we can
Well, but
keep that deference to the cannery building, right? I mean, because what's happening here is that with the townhomes, you need all these roads in between, you need this paseo in between. So I get it. It's taking up a lot of land use that could otherwise be reutilized. Now, again, just if this whole lower portion was redone as a higher density building, you could put a parking structure underneath it. You could have some hallways that meander through. That being said, though, if it is suddenly turned into a 4-story, 5-story, 6-story building, everything that we're trying to accomplish with this cannery and the preservation, the celebration of this cannery gets diminished by this massive building overlooking it. That's my concern. So where I think that the townhomes are respectful not only to the residents, but I think they are deferential to the cannery portion that's important. So that's where I have a significant
it's
hesitation.
hard to
with getting
see
too tall.
high density in 3 stories.
Understood.
So
And maybe
by putting
it's-
3 stories as a definition, we're not compromising on that
here.
much.
this is the problem I keep running into.
I'm trying
It's
to
not-
get you someplace, Kendra. Can you come along here?
I hesitate to think to bring out a sketch of what I
No,
tried
don't.
to work on
No,
here
we're not
because
trying to
we're
do
not
that,
the
David.
architects for this project.
Yeah, no, we're just trying to make
But
a clear statement about high density.
certainly if you, Kendra, if I could just point at something.
So Chair, if I may, just as some background information, our housing element is anticipating these units here with the townhomes, and then we're anticipating 75 units of affordable on another portion of the site. So that's what's been factored into the housing element, along with, other sites across the city.
I imagine the other housing that the city is anticipating will be higher density, probably a single building that's taller.
Yeah, I was going to note that. So part of it's not shown on the plans, but part of this project and the development agreement is for 149 total units or up to. And so it's anticipated that as part of the city dedication parcel, a higher density development would be placed on that city dedication parcel. The city would presumably be, working with a nonprofit developer to develop that. So
I think that's correct. And Board Member Rosenberg, you should take note of that. That'll also be close to the cannery building. Board Member Hirsch, I'm sure, is well aware of that. He feels the townhome sites could also
Understood.
could also have higher density. That's what he's been advocating for as long as we've been talking about this issue. So,
A quick question to Claire. Again, looking at sort of the parcel differentiation, we've got parcel 1, which is the townhomes. Parcel 3 is the portage. Parcel 2, that's sort of next to the creek at an angle. And then parcel 4 is the leftmost portion of that triangular. I'm looking at sheet A 0.1.2. Can you clarify where those high density buildings are supposed to be coming in at? Is it parcels 4 and 5? Is it on parcel 2?
on parcel 2. So parcel 4 and 5 are not expected to be changed. And on parcel 2, there's not a specific location that's identified to give flexibility for the design of that future housing development, but it's anticipated that it would be close to the Ash building. So it would be across from that cannery building. Again, it would be the city partnering. So in terms of height, we would probably be looking at what's adopted for the NV cap in terms of what's kind of appropriate for the area. There is I think it's a 60-foot public utility easement that runs through that area already. So there's about 70 feet between the proposed development that would come forward and that remaining cannery building.
Yes, frequently these are schemes that are developed in words only. When you get to developing a building and the mass of a building and you actually place it on the site, you're going to have a very, very different look to this entire site. And I think that what will be remaining as a park will be significantly diminished. And when you provide whatever parking you do in it, under it, whatever that will be, you'll find that it's probably not going to be as many units as you need to, or as you're proposing, or anybody is proposing for this site. I think it's way too preliminary to assume that this is what's going to happen on this site. I think that it's reasonable to say that with an adjustment, and I've actually sort of worked on the thought of it with an adjustment of the roadway that enters into the parking garage with an area that could be townhomes. Perhaps it's only 40, 50 units. And with a larger building that steps down towards the residential, you could provide an anchor at this edge of the site, similar to the anchor at the other end, which we will have with the charities housing, and still have townhomes in a mix of mid-scale, 5-story housing on this site. This portion of the site, you would have a very interesting mix of multiple kinds of apartment units, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, a plaza space that was open to the side that was lowest in scale. And it makes a better project. Simply architecturally, it makes a better project. I think as you come to this corner and then are aware of the building, you might be able to see through if you opened it up differently and understand where you're going to this project. It's drastically different in scale. What we've suggested that this paseo isn't working anyhow. So if you have a shorter passage in between, it's more reasonable if it, and you might even have an more open area. There's no question in my mind, if you studied it, it would be a better project.
Just to clarify some of what Board Member Hirsch was pointing to on the sheet, he's proposing that Private Street A be moved more south, and that the complexes that are labeled as Building 1, Building 2, Building 3, and Building 4, sort of the funky, for lack of a better way to say, the oddball sort of buildings, the less regulated buildings, that those actually increase and be combined into a high-density mid-rise structure. Would that be
Correct.
okay?
Well, I think we can possibly agree that a portion of the site currently designated for townhomes should be higher density housing.
Yes.
I think we can all agree on that statement. Kendra? I don't know if we're going to get into where, how much, how tall, but can we just say that portion of the site currently designated for townhomes?
I mean, I hate to be a stick in the mud here, but I think that it is our purview to say how, where, and when, right? I think that that's absolutely it, that we have to be respectful of the neighbors as well as being respectful of the cannery.
Just something like this would go through
Yeah,
the whole
that's
process.
assumed.
Understood,
And,
understood.
and code requires it.
But I think there would be enormous, David's idea has got some interest, but there's some question of how that would impact the neighbors on Olive Avenue.
Correct.
If you put the thing too close to the cannery building, there's a question. If you put it on the other side next to the finger of a park, it's an issue.
Right.
But along Park Boulevard, you have taller buildings on the other side.
Right.
There's a lot of back and forth.
If you go back to the site, this whole end building right here is a commercial building.
Understood.
But we have to get through the date, you guys. We've got staff sitting
Yes,
there
we do.
waiting. So
Understood.
can we agree to state that a portion of the site currently designated for townhomes ought to be developed as higher density residential housing?
Yes.
Kendra, can you agree with that simple statement?
Yeah, can we do a straw poll?
Well, I have a
I
straw
can,
poll.
I can get on board with that.
Okay, so
So
this
I
should,
hear from 2 members.
no, she's on board.
Okay, well, straw poll is verbal.
Trust me, Jody. I'm telling you what my board, I'm telling you what my board is saying. The ARB finds that.
Okay. So, and I do want to clarify, I mean, we absolutely want to give, the ARB a voice to, represent the public and say what we think should be done here. But we also have, an applicant proposing a certain type of project.
We will
And so
get to
we
that.
should be addressing that
We're
as well.
about to get to that.
Are cognizant
With
of
respect to
that.
the townhomes, a portion of the site currently designated for townhomes should be higher density residential housing. We all agreed on that simple language? It's read-
Yes.
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 Spelled designated correctly there, but
Townhome.
okay, so you can remove the words motion by Hirsch. Okay, then I think we've got all that out of our system. So now let's come back to the task at hand. Okay, so we need to either make a motion to approve this with conditions, such
Yes.
as the Paseo must be 6 feet wide, or decide if we want to continue the whole thing and have them come back to us with real evidence that the Paseo can be 6 feet wide.
6 feet wider.
Wider than what it is. Yes, I'm
Yes,
sorry. Of course,
thank you.
Of course. Yes, that would be quite a mistake, wouldn't it? And I've just jumped in saying that Paseo is what I see as the big issue with the townhomes. Is there anything else anybody feels strongly about on the design side of it that we want to push for more changes? I didn't
You
hear
know,
a strong sense of anything else.
Because I hadn't really discussed it, we haven't really discussed it, but there was, and sort of our trip around townhomes, you can see, right, we saw in Mountain View, they use what's it called with the through passage,
Paseo.
tandem parking. They use tandem parking units in each one of their clusters. And it was as deep as the adjacent units.
Mhm.
So I don't agree that it's not possible to have a tandem unit within the format of the depth of this particular.
Well, they did provide a study where they looked at tandem parking and concluded the buildings ended up being 2 or 3 feet deeper than the current minimum building is about 37 feet deep. In order to fit 2 20-foot parking spaces, it's at least 40, probably a little bit more.
That's
And
what the
when you
depth
make-
of their building is.
Well, some of them are as small as 37.
And suppose you had a tandem unit, you would then be able to have a wider, what they also call paseos, the
Well,
cut through.
I agree.
It would be wider east-west, but it would be narrower north-south. The widest Paseo would be more narrow if you have
And
tandem.
it just gets to us playing designer.
I don't think
here.
we can be designers here.
No. So your instinct is correct, I believe, David, that a redesign to the actual plan of the townhomes would be beneficial to accomplishing the goal of making the Paseo wider.
And including the crossings, if there is one, if you were to adjust this street here, if you were to adjust this, maybe you could have a couple of tandem units and divide up the Paseo into
So
sections.
the question before us today is whether we want to ask them to come back with another redesign.
I think we
where they
do.
look into this, or
Yes.
we want to just condition this upon the Paseo being a minimum of 6 feet wider.
No, I think
And
they should.
That's the hard question, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Now, following up with our just moments ago conversation, if we're asking them to redesign the townhomes area with a high density building, that would require that they come back at this time, correct?
No, we're not asking them to redesign. We're recommending to the council that it's our opinion architecturally that there
Okay.
ought to be higher density use. I think we should be clear. We're not asking for a redesign to that effect. That, I believe, would be crossing the line from what staff is telling us we have to do.
Hmm.
So I don't want to use those words even.
So for the current plans that in front of us, there's one minor thing I still want to bring up is the end unit of building 1. Just look at the sheet A1-2.1.0, the angled building, the angled floor plan, the angled roof line. It just, that unit, the rooftop, it seems like it just doesn't belong to here.
So you're looking at elevation, front elevation labeled on
Yeah,
that sheet.
front elevation, and there is also enlarged portion of the building, just
From the
showing the
left
daylight
perspective.
plan, it just
And
cut off the
this is
view.
visible primarily from across the street from Olive Avenue. You would see this.
Right, yeah,
So you would like to see a redesign of that piece right there.
right, or, yeah, I would not suggest it, but it's possible to have a 2-story unit at the end, and I'm not sure, but for what they're currently proposed here, it just seems it's just to meet the code to the daylight plan, the set plan on the floor plan to make it happen.
Well, I agree with you that it could be better.
Mhm.
Can we make that a condition of approval or have it come back on an ad hoc committee if we can get this approved? Rather than have the whole thing come back, and that's still
Yeah.
begs the basic question of the Paseo width stuff.
Exactly. But
Clearly it
I-
could be redesigned I'm surprised this is such a difficult thing.
Yeah, and I would say
Flat
that
roof
this,
onto
this one item could definitely come back as an ad hoc though, because it is the one corner unit, but I completely agree with you that I think it definitely needs a reevaluation.
But on the issue of the Paseo, Board Member Chen, how do you feel? Should this come back as a redesign, or should we just put this out with a strong recommendation and let the chips fall where they may later?
Well, I would say probably come back because it will make the other things change, like the building, the depth of the building and the front elevation. Everything could be changed because of after we make the Paseo
So
wider.
what I think is going to happen is that the applicant will say, we've already proposed a way to make the Paseo 6 feet wider by taking the space out of the drive aisles. And staff is going to say to us, well, we have to go through a process with the planning commission to get that approved. And the fact that it needs to go up to the city council. So there's a huge amount of uncertainty whether this will actually happen. So if we ask for a redesign, I think what will happen is they say they gave us a redesign. So we have to be more clear. We want a redesign of the building, not a redesign of our code to allow the building to be the way it's designed, which is what they're doing. 32 feet is in our code. So that's not a parameter that they can just change without a special process. But what I think, practically speaking,
the council can override anything we have a motion on here.
Staff went through a very useful chart showing that width of the street is too big, basically. And so they support changing it. So
yeah,
we could just make a strong statement that we support that as well. And we just,
I think it's important.
That might be an easier way than having them redesign something.
Yes.
There is some merit to pushing this project forward. Let this get built. It is a good thing to have. And they have worked with us collaboratively so far. But that would mean conditionally approving it today.
But it would be approving it only with the increase in the Paseo.
We're just making a statement. The Paseo needs to be a certain number of feet, whatever it is.
At least 6 feet wider.
Yeah.
Yes, I do feel that we asked for 6 feet. They presented an option for 6 feet. Condition of approval would be the path forward here.
To add a bit more, because what Commissioner Chen was mentioning before is that it's more than just a dimension. It's a use function as well, that there should be with a greater variety of uses of the space, of the Paseo space, and a variation in the landscaping, so that it isn't just a linear passage with frankly, it has a 4-foot wide concrete path running down the middle.
How did we phrase this in our motion last time around? I think we just end up just saying it needs to be wider, right?
Yeah, I think you said shall be 6 feet wider, the way.
The minimum.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, David, if we want to get into adding additional constraints on, it has to be 6 feet with better landscaping or a nonlinear path or something. I mean, that's all obvious that that's what would happen. If we ask for a redesign, it comes back and we get to check it.
Okay.
But I'm of the opinion that we should conditionally approve this today with the constraint that Paseo be at least 6 feet wider. And that we ask for an ad hoc committee to be formed to review a redesign of this end unit that is building 1. And I'm okay with the rest of it being as presented.
So
am I looking at any kind of a sense of agreement on that?
This is just concerning the portion that is townhomes?
Well, no, for the whole project. On the cannery building part.
No, I'm saying that I recommended the mixed volume.
Well, we have these 2 statements we made. That's part of this motion. So let me try this. I'd like to make a motion that 3 things. The first 2 statements, the Architecture Review Board finds that statements 1 and 2, we've already said. Thirdly, that the Architecture Review Board recommends approval of the project with the following conditions. The first condition is paseo shall be 6 feet wide.
Wider.
Wider.
What is the actual dimension? Let's just put a number in there.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me,
Good question. Very good question.
They had it in the diagram.
I believe it was 22 feet.
It's 22 feet.
Originally. Let me
Claire,
double
you
check
did have
that.
it in one of those diagrams in your presentation.
I mean, it's a diagram in here, but
See, there's a diagram on L1.5.
I don't know if the applicant's presentation, I think, had it, but let me try and find. Wait.
Why don't we have it?
Hold on one second. I think it was in my presentation, actually.
1.5.
It was, okay, so with the wider paseo, it was 22 feet originally. Then paseo width would be 26 feet with the 4-foot increase and 28 feet with the 6-foot increase.
Okay, so please say the paseo width shall be a minimum of 28 feet. And can we say the drive aisles may be, must be a minimum of 29 feet wide then? That makes the math work, right? And I think that's a clear statement from us that that works.
Say that one more
So
time.
the paseo shall be a minimum of 26 feet wide,
28.
28 feet wide. The drive aisles shall be a minimum of 29 feet wide.
So just to clarify, that drive aisle is indicated, that's at the ground floor.
Yeah.
That's what
So
we're
the
talking-
upper levels are encroaching more. I
That-
think with the 6-foot, it was, I want to say it was 23 feet
Say
wide.
the drive aisles may be a minimum of 29 feet wide at the ground level. 29.
Wait.
Does,
29 feet at the ground level.
Yeah.
Claire, has this been checked with the fire department?
Yeah, so that would be allowable per the fire department's requirements, as well as 22 foot is the requirement for the trash.
Okay.
So could
But
we,
it's planning commission and council's purview to decide whether they would accept the map with exceptions. So
so let's
Okay.
look at the second bullet point here, the end unit of building number 1. The end unit, it's building number 1, building number 1, and you could put in parentheses, closest to Olive Avenue. Be redesigned to eliminate the angled roof form that is incompatible with the rest of the building. Does that make sense to you? Okay, could we make both of these, the condition of approval is that the project return to an ad hoc committee for the verification of both of these items? I think that would give us a little more control over the whole thing. So we'd like both of these to come back to our ad hoc committee.
Can I ask you to consider the second bullet point under 1? All of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions of a building should be publicly accessible?
That's right, yeah.
I can't agree with that.
Okay, how would you like to phrase that then?
Publicly visible. Through a space within the building.
David, how is a space usable if you're only looking at it? Isn't the basic point we're making that it has to be usable?
The entire,
One monitor needs to be usable. Yeah, there's contents of one space. Come on.
no, just visible. If you have to get in the building to see it, don't you?
It's already visible. You can stand in that retail space and look through that opening in the ceiling and look at it. That's not enough. That's not the use that was there.
Right, it's non-experiential, right? So the proposal that they had includes now 2 skylights, so you can see it. But that's not experiencing it. That's not the same thing.
You're going, what I think we're talking about here is you could see it, through the commercial building at the corner. Is that what you're saying?
Right now, you can.
Yeah. But you could also provide a separate space where you could get into the building and be in an enclosed space with walls all the way up, but it has a window as wide as the skylight and even wider up at the top, so you can see the whole ceiling.
I think, David, the rest of us feel that you should be able to be inside that space as a single space, the way it is now. The way all these photos show it.
It
The way
could
all
be
these
one commercial space. Some office won't want to have people in their building all the
If
time.
the office had an open lobby or something that you could walk into, sure.
Well,
That
that's
would
what I'm
be
saying.
publicly accessible then.
Right.
Accessible so a member of the public can walk in. Doesn't have to be 24 hours a day. It doesn't have to be without some checking, but it has to be that you can go in there.
And it could be a space on the public side of the building, not the private entry, which is the parking lot side. And you could get into the space from the public side and have it just exactly what you said, a kind of a glass blocks. You could be seeing the entire space.
All of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions of the building. That's what we're talking about.
Mhm.
Okay. Should be publicly accessible and usable space. And how is that not so clear?
All of the area is public accessible?
One of them should be publicly accessible. Yeah. It was a compromise from Kendra wanting both. Come on, David. This is what we've all been talking about.
I don't understand how you can do it. It just strikes me
We're
when
not-
you say
we're-
it's publicly accessible, it
making
means
a
you can walk into the office.
It's not going to be an office, David. It has to be a different use. That's the whole point.
Or if it is an office, like you said, it has to be a lobby that's open to the,
Well, if
with
you
the
said,
historical records, right? I mean, the whole point is that,
can be a space in which you go in it and see the entire interior space.
but that's how that's stated. Right? That's the goal of this, of this, is that the whole point is that if you make this building historical
All of the area, in which
significant,
case they say all or part of an area underneath at least one monitor roof portion of the building should be possibly publicly accessible. So that's a kind of a compromise, okay?
Well, that's
So it
exactly
could
what they're
be
doing now. Some of
like-
the area, just a small
Right.
piece of it.
we don't, as much as I would like the entire monitor portion to be public, I understand that does place a burden on the applicant, right? However, what's the point of making this a historically significant building if nobody gets to see it?
But
It's like
could-
building a monument and then burying it.
So you could get into a glass box and look at the entire inside of one of those whole buildings.
I don't think it's up to us to define how they interpret this. I think that the goal is that the public is able to walk inside the building, look up and see the monitors. It would be great if the historical significance was on the wall. There was some sort of display, there was something going on there. It would also be great if, like the Ferry Building, that was a great example, it's usable space with small retail shops. It'd also be wonderful if there was little office buildings so that as you're coming and going to the office that you need to get to, people could see it. The goal and the intent is that the public is able to see it and experience it, not through a tiny little skylight in a retail store. That's not enough.
I agree.
So
So it could be, the end wall could be quite open to the whole space. The side walls could be a sort of an exhibit space.
You could do that, yeah. I would say
Yeah,
that's all
know.
accessible. It's publicly accessible and
That's
visible.
publicly
Yeah.
accessible.
So David, can't we just leave what we have here?
Wall,
Be publicly
Or a
accessible and usable
portion of-
space? No,
wall or a portion of.
David, Kendra was very compromising with you on the point that's important to you. We're a board, we have to work together.
I'm just adding a portion
But a
or a
portion of it,
significant
that really
or a public
compromises. it,
portion.
David.
reducing it down to a portion eliminates the sort of the majesty of looking down the length of one of these
You could-
buildings.
You could, if they have a lot of separate functions, you could walk
down
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Absolutely.
But they might
that's
not. They might
exactly.
have just one office use.
And I think that's exactly my problem, is that if it's one office use and it's one tenant and it's one of these corporation that comes in and says, oh, this is our lobby now, then nobody gets to go inside.
No,
It's the whole problem.
you have two entries. One of them is for their people, one of them is for the public. On the
Would you like to do a straw poll on this portion idea?
No, I want a unanimous vote. We have the straw votes. I don't want the votes. I want a unanimous vote. So I want David to compromise to
No,
some
I
point.
can't
that we-
compromise it.
So David, if
you're
we,
opening the building to the potential.
so suppose we say that the next check such that the entirety of the length of the monitor roof, so we said some or all of the length of the monitor roof is visible. Would that satisfy you?
I'd like to see all of the monitor roof. I agree with Kendra on that. But if you walk into a separate space and it isn't a space that is part of somebody's office, if that's the way in which it gets leased.
But isn't that exactly what's proposed in front of us? You walk into that retail space, you look through the hole in the flat ceiling and you see the monitor roof.
Right. And to me, it's just not sufficient to be able to walk into a retail space and look
Preserving the
through.
use of the building in the lease.
Right. There needs to be an experiential element that the public can have and to remain connected to the historical significance of this building, not through a skylight in a retail shop.
It would be easy for me to accept it if the owner agreed, but I can't imagine the owner agreeing to this.
But David, this is not a requirement to the owner. This is a recommendation to council of our opinion about the architectural merits of the project. Same thing applies to the townhome question.
Right.
Can I ask a clarification? In this one monitor roof portion that we're talking about, are we expecting one sort of retail business, or could it be broken into pieces? Maybe there would be shorter walls where you would still have visibility to the roof.
I think the
Both are
analogy,
acceptable.
the analogy of the ferry building in San Francisco is a wonderful example.
Yeah, agreed.
Shorter
That's
walls. So
what
I think that
all of us-
gives the applicant options.
And that would be what David is talking about, I think.
And that's where I don't want to overstructure this. I don't want to overregulate what's happening. I think that just by saying that public access and experiential movement through the space is important, and leave it up to the developer and the applicant to figure out how to best accomplish that in a way that will be successful for the public and successful for them as a leaser of a tenant space.
Suppose, David, we just eliminate the such that the entirety of the length of the monitor roof is visible. If we just eliminate that, we just leave it a very simple sentence. All of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions should be publicly accessible and usable space.
Yeah, I could be.
Can you accept that?
Public access.
We're not saying how,
Delete that. Right, so it only reads all of the area underneath at least one of the monitor roof portions of the building should be publicly accessible and usable space, period.
so it could be several access points. It could be usable for many different people or things. That's very much up to the applicant how they accomplish that.
This is not a restriction that makes the project infeasible, right? We're not doing anything that's going to impose significant hardship on the developer, on the tenant, right? We're asking them to change the way they're thinking about this space and how they're potentially going to use it.
Does everybody on this board agree to the wording?
Do you agree to that change?
Yeah, I think the intent is just to invite the public to be inside the building. And I think the feeling when you see the building, the continuous of the entire length of the building or versus one or two bay of the building, the feeling is totally different. So I would prefer to keep the entire of the length of the monitor roof to be visible, because I think that's the key to invite everybody inside the building.
I know you would prefer to keep it. David, can you vote for it if we remove it?
Huh? What?
Okay,
If we remove it?
This
Yeah.
portion in yellow.
just a simple statement.
No, yeah, I want to see it, I want to see it visible. Right. It should be public accessible, usable space. I want to see just the first part of it removed, but the second part to be such that the entire length of the monitor roof is visible. That's the part that I like.
Okay, but what part can you compromise with?
I
David?
don't
So-
think we could compare this to the ferry building.
We don't, the ferry building is a number of separate functions off of a public corridor.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that here.
I think that you can, and I think that it's absolutely a potential
I think
use
it's
case of this
too
area.
limiting on the commercial use.
Understood, but we're not requiring that they use it that way. That's just a potential option for them.
So David, if we have a vote now and you vote no, you're voting against your own thing that's really close to your heart. The townhomes, it's all part of the same motion here. I don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Okay, come on.
But hang on, I also think that we're not as far apart as you think we are, David. I mean, the goal here is that people are able to access the space and move through it, right? Your sort of stipulation seems to be that it's visible, right? My concern is that I don't want them to create a bunch of flat ceilings where you get a series of skylight puncture holes through it. That's not good enough. You need to be able to walk through the space and be able to see it. Now, if your concern is that the entire length is asking too much, fair, I can concede that. The reason that we were going for the entire length is because that really is the full true experience of this building. And it would be probably structurally harder to cut it up at some point during the length of it. Cutting down the middle between the two monitors makes some structural sense. But the goal is that you can go in, you can feel it, you can walk through it, you can smell it. I mean, just that entire experience of being in there. And by saying visible, you're allowing
publicly accessible and usable space, comma, in one or several portions. So it's clear that it could be several pieces of the building as long as it's still the whole building. Isn't that what you're asking for?
I want the option to be that you could go into either the lobby itself of one of these spaces and have it entirely glass with low walls, as Jody was describing it, and you would see the entire space.
Well, I think this does that.
That's what we're doing.
But you can't walk through it.
Nothing in here says you have to be able to walk through it to be publicly accessible into the space. So
Visibly accessible.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding. So your comment is that you think that people should be able to enter into the building and then visually see the rest of it, but not necessarily have to walk all the way through. You think that that's the limiting factor?
Yes.
Understood.
Imagine it in its past use if you want to dream that way, or if illustrations show you what it was.
So let me ask you this. If they just simply removed the roof from the retail space and you could walk into that retail space and you could kind of look off in the distance and see that the building keeps going, is that enough for you? It's not enough for me.
you want to walk through it.
I want you to be able to walk through at least a significant portion of it.
That's the use of the building. Okay, look, we have the motion on the table as it's written. Do I have a
Just for clarity's sake, are we including the area highlighted in yellow or no?
yes, including the area highlighted?
I second.
But we're only talking about one bullet point of this entire motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the whole thing.
Bullet points about the townhomes. It's the motion to recommend approval with conditions and an ad hoc committee.
Can you state what the, just the end of this bullet point, the end unit of building 1 closest to Olive Avenue be redesigned to eliminate the angled roof form that is incompatible with?
Board Member Chen maybe want to fill that one in?
It said the rest of the building. Is that a good description? Is there any change, David, that you'd like to recommend to this if we can do something to make sure we're all on the same page? So we just have to go forward. We can't keep arguing.
What's the term for amendment?
Well, it's now been moved and seconded, so he can make a friendly or non-friendly amendment. But we were parsing over a few words and I'm not sure we're getting closer, so it's just time to vote.
Where is it? Can we see it all from the beginning here?
Oh, sorry.
Can you?
Just scroll down. There we go. Any further comments? Okay, good.
Well, I wonder if you wanted to come back to us as a board versus just an ad hoc committee.
Well,
These are major changes.
it's, we could go either way. I'm just trying to push the project through the system.
I think there's time for it to come back to us as a committee because planning is going to see it, council's going to react to it, et
Do you
cetera.
want to hear staff's position on the process?
Yeah, just it's a longer process. We have to notice, public hearings versus the ad hoc committees. We can get those on an agenda quicker and keep the project moving forward. So it's a timing issue.
I mean, it's also a discretionary action issue. The ad hocs are not you're conditioning the project on a future discretionary action versus conditioning the project to come back to the ad hoc committee, which is not a future discretionary
I'd be
action.
pleased to have you on the ad hoc committee, David, if that helped. Your opinion is very important.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's have a vote on this item, please. Roll call vote, and please have the chair and vice chair vote last.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes, on that past assumption.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balte,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Before we conclude this motion, I'd like to appoint Board Member David Hirsch to be on the ad hoc committee, if you'll accept that, along with Board Member Rosenberg.
I would actually recommend Board Member Chen. I think that she would be great for this, especially considering the end of the building unit number 1 as part of the ad hoc committee.
Fair enough. I've appointed Board Members Chen and Hirsch as our ad hoc committee on this item. So with that, we will take a 10-minute break and resume at 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to our next applicant, I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you very much for your patience. And welcome back, Board Member Thompson. Next item on our agenda, item number 3, public hearing regarding 180 El Camino Real, architectural review of a new storefront facade, including new glazing and signage within space number 820B, Building 5 for our house at the Stanford Shopping Center. Before we get started, I'd like to ask if we have any disclosures to make. Board Member Thompson?
I was at the site very recently.
Thank you. Board Member Chen?
I visited the site during the weekend.
I'd like to disclose I visited the site this weekend. Board Member Rosenberg?
I visited the site a week and a half ago.
And Board Member Hirsch?
Yes, I visited the site.
Wonderful, thank you. Staff, do we have a report on this project, please?
Thank you, Chair. Give me just a second to share my screen here. Okay, thanks again, Chair, board members. Tamara Harrison, contract planner, presenting for city staff. Again, the project before you is at the Stanford Shopping Center for our house furniture. My slide's not advancing. Give me just a second here. Right there again. Okay. Sorry. I apologize, for some reason my slide is not advancing, but I'll just move on. If I can. Again, it's located at the Stanford Shopping Center within Building B, Suite 820B, and it's formerly the American Girl store. The site is located at the Stanford Shopping Center, so it's subject to the Master Tenant Facade and Sign Program for the center. The center identifies those areas that require city review, with those storefronts being less than 35 feet require a staff level review, and those storefronts that exceed 35 feet require an ARB public hearing, similar to the project before you today. The project again is located off the Sand Hill entrance of the center and seeks to change the existing facade to accommodate a new tenant, or house furniture, and as well as proposing new signage for the tenant. Thank you, Claire. I think I'm on slide 5. Thank you again. I'm sorry, one more back. Previous slide, please. There we go. Thank you again. The project does not increase the floor area ratio or the lot coverage of the site, nor does it propose to change the use of the tenant space. However, I will mention that the proposed building height will be increased to 42 feet only at the brow features over the entry and at the corner of the building. The remainder of the building will remain existing at 38 feet and 6 inches. As well as the primary facade of the building that faces that Sand Hill Road, and the parking area will be pushed back approximately 8 feet from its current location due to this proposal. So the proposed exterior facade improvements include the steel rain screen panels, aluminum curtain walls, aged Belgian bricks, equitone panels, new storefront glazing, and acrylic and aluminum signage. The proposal and the facade design was found to be consistent with the master program, and it is consistent with the center's character. Next slide, please. As you can see from this illustration, the facade is broken up and divided into vertical panels with varying materials on those panels. So again, we have the top material there is the equitone panel. Then we also have the aluminum panel, the aged brick, as well as the rain screen panels. Next slide, please. In terms of signage, signage is reviewed against the Palo Alto Municipal Code, Section 1620, which does allow for several signs within the allowable sign area regulations. So for the primary facade, it's roughly 3,053 square feet, which would allow a maximum of 115 square feet of signs for that particular facade. Next slide, please. The secondary facade is roughly 3,856 square feet and would allow 122 square feet of signage. The municipal code also allows for 3 square feet of blade signs. Next slide, please. In addition, the signage is going to be subject to the master program, which allows for 1 primary wall sign, a secondary sign, as well as a blade sign. Next slide, please. The proposal does include 3 signs. 2 of them will be wall signs located on one on the primary facade and 1 on the secondary facade. And those 2 signs will be acrylic channel letters, and they have been found to be consistent with the code as well as the master program. And an aluminum blade sign will be located on the primary facade and was also found consistent with the code as well as the master program. Next slide, please. So as far as key considerations, of course, the ARB findings, the master program for facade and signage, as well as the city's municipal code, section 1620, which is the sign regulations. Next slide, please. And so with that, staff recommends that the Architectural Review Board take the following action and recommend approval of the proposed project facade changes and signage to the Director of Planning and Development Services based on the findings and subject to staff's conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have an applicant presentation on this, please, now? If you could please state and spell your name, and you will have 10 minutes. You know the drill.
Definitely. Board, thank you again for having us in front of you. My name is Jason Smith. My address, 122 North Harbor Boulevard, 204 Fullerton, California, 92832. That is JASON SMITH.
Thank you.
Again, we have with us today a representative of our house that will get up and speak for a little bit about the project, and as well as someone from our design architectural team that will get up and run through the project itself. So I'd like to go ahead and call up Abby Wimsett to go ahead and discuss with our house. Thank you.
Tall enough. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm not as tall as Jason. But thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. Hopefully we don't keep you as long as the last group. But my name is Abby Wimsett. Last name is Wimpsett. Just to give you a brief overview of our company, our house was founded in 1986 by Jack and John Reed, who is still with us today, based on a simple idea of beautiful furniture and decor sustainably sourced and built to last. We partner with artisans around the world who share our vision of creating beautiful heirloom quality pieces that will last for generations. Our artisans are sustainably sourced, reclaimed, and recycled materials at as much as possible. So from harvesting wood from mango trees that no longer produce fruit, to repurposing recycled copper and glass, to locally sourcing parts of our domestically manufactured upholstery, we take pride in sustainably sourced materials. With over 80 locations throughout the United States and many projects planned over the next several years, our house is excited to continue sharing our brand with the California market. Opening our first California store back in 2015, we would be thrilled to call Palo Alto part of the Our House family. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Hi, I'm Felipe Bermudez, Bermudez. I'm with Onyx Creative. I'm an architect and a project manager for this project. I'd like to present the drawings for the project.
You might run through there for you.
Veronica, let's put a pause in the time for a second. Looks like you guys need to get your presentation set up here.
This is the cover sheet. It shows some renderings and general project information. It's about 17,000 square foot store. And it follows the prototype it's based on the prototype of our house with the different materials that have already been mentioned, the brick, the Corten steel, the ACM panels. You can flip to the next one. This is just the site plan. It shows the location within the shopping center. It's close to the top of the plan. Next sheet. And this is this shows the exterior, the accessibility through the site. Next sheet. This is the existing American Girl store facade and some more site information. Next slide. These are the different materials that have already been mentioned. Next slide. This shows there's a small planter on the corner. Shows the type of plant that will be there. If you can zoom in. Yeah, there you go. And if you pan to the right, you see an example.
Switch over to the Mac.
There we go. So it's Lamandra Breeze. This is just the area diagram. Different. It's mostly sales floor with some stock break room storage and an enclosed patio in the front. This is the facade. And these are the different type of signs. This is the blade sign and the two main signs that are on the south and west elevation. These are renderings of what the store will look like. This is the nighttime shot, and the rest are daytime. These are some sections, examples of sections. And then we have here some examples of the materials in context. These are different art house stores that have been built. Nighttime shot. This is an example of the metal panels. It's not, oh, sorry. There. So these are different stores that have been built with slightly different materials in between the features. But you can see the corten panels, and here example of the metal panels, the ACM panels, right here. This is another store that was built. This is an example of the corten panels in a different setting. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant or staff from any members of the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Board Member Chen.
Wait, are we going to hear from the public first or?
No, I thought we'd ask questions first.
Okay, of just staff or the applicant?
Either. Both have made their presentation.
Okay.
Just trying to be efficient here.
I have a question for the applicant.
But okay, go ahead.
In terms of design intent, what made you decide to go with the Belgian brick instead of the wood treatment that's there in the other buildings?
I think that was our house choice. It's a new material that they're using, and they wanted to use it in this location and one other location. The brick.
Yes, we've decided to move forward with the brick on 2 locations.
Could you please approach the microphone
You have
and
to do the
speak?
microphone.
Yeah.
I thought you could hear me from there. So we've decided to move forward with the brick. We're going through some proper testing to make sure that it's sufficient enough. But with the wood exterior, it's just a lot of maintenance, and we want to make sure that the building can sustain, and we don't have as much maintenance associated with it.
Thanks. And is there grout in between the brick?
Yes.
Yes.
And do we have a color for the grout? Is it black?
Yeah. Let me see. I'm not sure about the grout color.
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. Can you move closer to the microphone?
Sorry. Yeah, and I have to double check about the grout color. I don't know if we have it shown here.
Okay, you can return back.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Board Member Chen, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's a really well documented drawing set in front of us, compared the existing and proposed. But I do have a question about the front elevation on sheet A300, you show the bottom of the canopy is 15 feet high, and then the door height would be 9 feet. But your rendering, it seems like it's proportional. It doesn't reflect what you're showing on the elevation. So could you please clarify which one is the updated one?
The drawing on A300 should be the more accurate representation.
Yes, that's right.
Are you talking about the renderings on page A400?
Yeah, the rendering is just say the rendering at the front page on the cover sheet. It seems like proportionally the height of the door and the transom above it, it doesn't match what you're showing on your elevation sheets.
It looks like a shorter building.
Yes, but the more accurate would be the A300.
Okay, thank you. And for the patio in front of the entrance door, how will you use that space? Will you display your outdoor furniture there, or you will just leave it empty?
I believe they display furniture, right?
That's where we will showcase our outdoor furniture in that area.
Okay, thank you. And for the arbor features at the front and also actually at the other sign, the sign at the other facade, will you have the LED strip around the box, or as showing on the rendering, or it just?
Yes, there will be an LED going around that metal feature.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all my question.
Anyone else on the board?
Just really quickly, if you don't mind me jumping in here, David, it's a piggyback to Board Member Chen's. So again, looking at the renderings on A400, the Our House pop-up has the full LED strip around it, but the corner one with the pop-up does not.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then the secondary Our House that does not have the pop-up, that also has an LED strip around it?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of my questions too. But what is shown, maybe I should be looking at the detail materials list, but the top of the areas that are in between the window frames, the very rooftop shows a piece of metal, piece ACH, is that ACH1? And then PC1, or, the materials, PC1. It's actually a little confusing here. Which ones are?
FC1?
So what I'm asking is there a metal strip, or is there any, your rendering shows these materials going all the way up to the very top?
Correct.
On the front of the front drawing, but without any trim strip at the top cap piece. Which is it? On A300, you're pointing out the top as if it's. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, it has a cap on it. Yes.
There is a trim cap. There is a trim cap on the very top.
Mhm.
And that can be found in detail detail 7 on sheet, I believe it's
A531.
531, your last sheet in your set.
531. Front curb, parapet detail. Okay. So it really isn't showing up in the rendering in that case, huh?
That is correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I sort of think it's a little unfortunate that we don't see this building relative also to Pottery Barn, which is pretty much the same size, same height as this one. just as a reference for the end elevation of both of those sort of together. But I was there, so it's okay.
Understood. It does set back as well from the Pottery Barn building, which is set forward from this.
You can see it on in the rendering on A400 on the lower left, the south corner elevation. You see part of the Pottery Barn building next to it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, you can sort of see it. It's in perspective, but it's
right.
Elevation would have been helpful. Just yeah.
Okay.
But that's okay. I mean, I'm assuming what I saw was correct, so it's okay. Okay, the materials. These materials are pretty much what they are, including this very rusticated looking stone, brick, whatever. Is it brick, by the way? Is it
brick?
It's an actual brick.
Yes.
This very color.
Mm-hmm.
Which is shown with sort of a grout on the surface. What is it really going to be, do you think? I mean, is it exactly this texture and color that you've put as a sample board here?
Yes, the grout will match the brick.
The bright grout will match the brick color, the basic
Yes.
brick. But what about this lighter color on the surface? Is that just kind of a residual element of it? It's the basic color is going to stay the base color here, the brick itself, huh? Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay, just the detail that you show, the doors and the vertical divisions that are on the face of the storefront are pretty much as shown as A300. Is that right? So that detail appears again in the specific, only on the side elevation at the entry point, the side entry. Is that right? It's the same division, a mullion division, the verticals, et cetera,
Yes.
they're the same. And you pick it up, but you don't have that in the other bays on the side elevation. They're all single glazed. Huh? Well, yeah, it looks like they're almost butt glass situations on the side elevation. I'm looking at A300 again. The side elevation, the glazing details are different different on the side elevation. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, on the south elevation, where the doors are, you have mullions.
Yes, throughout.
Yes, and then on the second story, it's butt glazing.
Second story is butt glazing, but then you turn the corner and the side elevation doesn't pick up the divisions at that point, except when you reach the doorway here, the side elevation doorway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But they're sort of the same as above. In other words, the
yes,
butt glazing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Any other questions, anybody? Okay, you guys can sit down. Thank you. Let's open the meeting to public comment. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to address us on this project?
No.
No one?
No.
Okay, let's close the meeting to public comment and then come back to the board for some commentary. I'll start right out with a very quick statement that it seems to me that the renderings are really not the same as the project in front of us in the height of the parameter, the height of the piece in the middle, the glazing patterns, things like that. So that's really unfortunate. It's hard to get a good impression and be told it's not accurate. But would like to start with some comments on this. David?
Okay, yeah, no. Thank you very much for the presentation. We have to start with that. It's an elegant building. It will be an elegant building. And it's nice to have seen the history of other buildings that you have throughout the country that are sort of similar in quality throughout. that cap flashing idea, so I like the rendering rather than the cap. If it were possible to somehow do that differently, wouldn't it be nice to see that material going all the way to the very top? Seems to me it would, breaking it up, you lose something in that piece being missing. That just, now I'll admit that, when you run a brick up to the top like that, it's going to be hard as hell to figure out how you waterproof the top edge. Understood. It's just, I would love to see it going all the way up. So if it can't, it can't. But if it could, it's something that I would suggest that you look at a little bit more in detail, I think that the divisions of the glass at the facade, the major facade and the ground from the portico inward are really very nice. The proportions of everything looks very nice. It's certainly one heck of an improvement in that facade from the previous tenant of the building. The comments that were made about lighting, I think, are significant here because you do the same thing at the corner here with that element that's very expressed. And wouldn't it be nice if that element had some similar lights? I'm going to steal her thunder here because I know in particular, maybe it would be a good idea. Well, I don't know. You do it as well on the side elevation. I'm looking down that side elevation from the front drawing here, and it looks like you have this lighting on the side one as well. And that's a very important entry. Many people will be coming from the center of the shopping center. And it is important, I think, to emphasize that elevation as well, that entry, So if you could keep that idea going through the major three pieces here, I think that would be a more impressive way of lighting the outside of the building. Okay, I've mentioned. I guess, the other lighting issues, we got to sort of take your assumption that that the lighting through the portico areas are going to be significant. So it really lights up that space. I didn't ask the question, but I'm assuming that you have the lighting diagram somewhere here, but I frankly didn't read it. But I'm hoping that it is a significant amount of lighting in the portico because it's a big space, and you're coming in and it's very important. But I leave it up to you to work that out. So if you have furniture, as mentioned, in the portico area, that becomes an issue as to how do you monitor that at night? Does it go in back into the store, or do you leave it out there? I would hope you'd bring it in because wouldn't want furniture of this caliber destroyed in the evening on the way back. So the strip, that wonderful metal strip is shown as having two colors on it, the surface of it. It's really kind of an exciting piece just by itself. Is that what we're going to see, is something with a mix of colors like that? Yeah? Yes. I don't mind if you get up and speak to that because that's a very, very important piece of the face of the building.
Yes, yes, the corten, it naturally gets those two kind of tones of color.
Yeah. Terrific. Okay, thank you. If it looks like that, I'm just going to be thrilled by that. I have, so security, I think you answered my question there. I certainly don't have many questions here, so I could give up, but I have one that I'm going to steal Chair Bolte's future comment from him. And that is more at you, Mr. Smith, is we need bicycle racks, more bicycle racks. And you have a nice big plaza there. I think, even this, which is probably fairly expensive furniture, some people may come by bicycle, maybe a fairly expensive bicycle, and they need to put it, and this is a wonderful location for bicycle racks. I wonder if you could ask the answer that.
Yes, I know Simon Properties has been working with planning staff on the location and placement of all the required bicycle parking. And I think currently they are on their way to being up to date or pretty close, but I would have to have planning go ahead and comment on that at this time.
Okay.
Yes, I would agree with that statement that we're working on upgrading this property sort of one project at a time. And so maybe Tamara can speak to the requirement that we placed on this particular unit, because usually as we go, we're sort of adding, a couple of bike spaces. But in reality, they're adding more like 50 at a time. And we're just kind of doing a cap and trade kind of idea.
So staff, what is the requirement for this project? What is the bicycle park requirement for this project, please?
Yes, so they're at 6 spaces required, 6 bike rack spaces, and then also point out just for Board Member Hirsch's knowledge that there are also some existing bike racks right in the front of the store. So there's some bike racks and lockers that are existing there as well for the primary facade.
If you reference G101.1, there's 3 sets of existing racks around grid line or near K, and then again over between G and F.
Are those part of the proposed project or are those existing?
Those are existing.
Existing, yes.
So where are the ones for the proposed project? They're just not located right now?
Some of for a proposed project, sometimes they can't be located directly adjacent to a project. So they're located somewhere else on property.
Correct. And that's part of what we're working with the Simon team on, is the actual location of those bike racks and lockers for the center. So as the new projects come forward, we'll condition them for the number of racks that they're required per the tenant space that they're working on. And then we're working on with Simon for the placement of those.
Well, I would just say that I personally would encourage bike racks on the front of this building. They're very, keeping them very visible in open space like that is really a special attraction to bike riders to park there, which I think animates the front of the building and creates a more useful exterior space as well. So I think that is really, I really like the idea of these very subtle black elements, that change on the face of the building. That's really well done, really an elegant building. And thank you very much for the presentation, and look forward to this change happening in the shopping center. It's a big, major change. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Who would like to speak next? Is Board Member Rosenberg.
Again, thank you for your presentation. I'm a big fan of this project. I like the material choices. I think they're high quality. I think they're interesting. I think that it's creating a lot of texture and a lot of movement, a lot of dynamic going on with this building. I have 2 relatively minor comments. I would say, as David foretold, I would like to see LED lighting at that corner pop up as well. And I would actually encourage that the 3rd entrance also have a pop up. I think that by keeping that one sort of lower, that facade really kind of gets a little bit more mundane, and that these pop-ups are really interesting, unique elements. Why not highlight both main entrance spaces with an additional one? So just encourage a little bit of thought on that. Did you have a question?
Board Member Rosenberg, let's wait till everyone speaks before we get involved in this. If you could please sit down, we'll respond to this.
Sorry, I just saw there was confusion. Okay. In terms of the doors, I think the door selection on the elevations is very nice. I think the door selection on the renderings is probably a little bit less accurate, and that looks much more modern, less mullions. I think that the elevation should be adhered to. In terms of the mullions, they could be tidied up a little bit. Maybe they line up with the door entrances, things like that. But I also heard Board Member Hirsch say he liked the proportions. So I have no significant complaints there. I'd love to see a sample of the grout color. Not the end of the world either way, but as long as it's not white, that would be great. And those were all my comments. Thanks very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Board Member Rosenberg. We'll get back to some of those questions you raised. Board Member Thompson.
I just noticed that I had another question. It's about the canopy soffit. One of the renderings is showing a light colored earthy material underneath the canopies, and the other one is just showing it black up to a certain point, and then it becomes a color. Can you explain what that material is?
Yes, in the canopies at the main entrances, those have wood paneling underneath, and the other ones are metal. They continue the metal around.
I see. So it's a wood, and we don't have the wood sample here.
No, I don't believe we have that on there.
Okay. And is basically the whole part inside the arcade the wood material, and
Yes,
then
the wood ceiling, yeah.
And then there's a transition to the metal soffit at the other canopies except for the two entry canopies.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Excuse me. So that would be detail number 2 on sheet A 531. Is that right, Board Member Thompson?
Hold on.
That seems to show the wood finish going all the way out to the edge of the canopy.
Which detail? Detail 2?
Detail 2, A 531.
That is just the canopy. But there's a separate for the other canopies. It stops at the column line.
Section detail doesn't show that.
Exactly. Sheet A501, section 1 sort of shows the depth of that front area, and it doesn't really show or elucidate on a material change at any given point.
And to the applicant, we don't have that material here or specified. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead with your comments.
Okay. Okay. Well, in general, I think the concept of the building is very strong. I'm generally not a big fan of black only buildings, but in this case, I think it works for the brand. We also have some other brick materials in that corner as well with Brilliant Earth. And so I do think this would be very compatible with the surroundings. In general, I don't have too many comments other than I think it would be nice to know what that wood material is and sort of the extent of it. And that is mainly I also agree that the elevation should be adhered to. It's kind of interesting because I think if the rendering were more accurate, this building would look a lot taller. And so there was a part of me that was wondering, is it necessary to go even taller with the eyebrows? But I hear Board Member Rosenberg's comment that it does emphasize the entrance, but it seems like it'll already be a very tall building. But I think concept-wise, design intent-wise, I don't have too many comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Chen.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's a very beautiful, elegant design for this corner of the entire site, and it will deliver your brand. And also, I think all those materials are really carefully choose. And proportionally, just look at the elevation sheet. I think it's really nice proportion elevations, and with a combination of different materials. And I also agree with what my colleagues suggested on the corner I think it would be nice to add the lighting fixture, the LED strip, add the eyebrow features at the corner as well. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. I have no further comments. I agree with what's been said and support the gist of it. What I would like to do is have the applicant address the comments made by Board Members Chen and Rosenberg regarding modifying the light fixtures and potentially the entry elevations. Is that something you would entertain? And why don't you explain more carefully what we're after here, or you're after anyway?
Sure. Just really making that on sheet A300, that southeast elevation side where the R house entry doors are there. I think that it would be nice to have that additional pop up just to sort of re-emphasize that entrance on that facade.
Is that something you'd be willing to entertain?
Yes, I believe we actually had it before and I think it was lowered. So, I mean, if it's
Did we
approved.
scare you?
No, I'm not sure what happened. I mean, I think we were asked to lower it, but if that's I think we would prefer it to be matching the one on the west side. Yeah.
We would definitely entertain that and look forward to making that
Thank you for
modification,
staying.
as well as adding some additional light to that corner if deemed necessary
That would be
by the
great.
board.
Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm hearing fairly unanimous support for this project. What I can say is that I'm really disappointed that, especially from you, Mr. Smith, that the elevations and the renderings are really out of sync, and it's hard for us to get a sense for the building. I think we have confidence in your projects, but perhaps this is something that we send back to an ad hoc committee just to verify. If nothing else, just to show you that we really need to see these things more carefully put together. So I'm not going to make a motion myself, but I'd recommend that we condition something.
I'd love to make a motion.
Please go ahead then.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this project I'd recommend that we approve this project with the condition that it comes back for an ad hoc committee to address the following items: grout color, wood underside of the canopy. We'd like to see a sample of that, and we'd like to see better drawings for where that starts and stops with dimensions. Potential bike locations if possible. And lastly, we'd like to see the renderings updated to match the elevations.
I'll second.
Oh, you beat me. Any discussion regarding that motion?
Any questions?
That would be, the only question would be if we could do a date certain to come back in front of the ad hoc meeting.
Staff, is that possible? Ad hoc.
I mean, I guess we would need to know when we were going to get the plans back from you. to be able to-
Because we're not continuing, we're approving.
Yeah,
So
they're
there's-
approving, so the ad hoc
Definitely.
is pretty flexible in terms of getting you back on pretty quickly. 'cause-
Okay. If it's approved, then we'll just go ahead and coordinate with staff and get us back in as soon as possible.
Perfect, great.
Okay, moved and seconded. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson, yes. Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balte,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very
Chair,
much.
board, thank you again very much for your time.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
application.
Thank you.
And if we could assign the ad hoc at this time, I would love to
Assign the ad hoc
volunteer.
committee. Oh, you'd like to volunteer, would you?
I'll take it too.
Okay, well,
Do it,
we'll
Kendra.
appoint board members Thompson and Rosenberg
Thank
to
you.
this ad hoc committee. Thank you. Let's wrap this up. Our next item is minutes from the meeting of May 4th. Do we have any comments or a motion, please? Do these and
I move that we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second.
we have a roll call vote, please.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson, abstain. Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balte,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0-1.
Okay, next item is board member questions, comments, and announcements.
Oops, there's another meeting.
Do we have any?
Wasn't there another meeting of May 4th?
Excuse me, David?
Did we just approve May 4th?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a comment to make. Can I?
Well, this is board member questions, comments, and announcements. If you're a board member and you'd like to make a comment.
I'm sorry, but I
now is the
didn't
time.
really realize. I thought, okay.
Oh, on the minutes, you mean?
Yeah.
I think, Claire, we can still entertain a change to that. right?
Yeah, I think I
Go
would
ahead,
just
David.
note it and we'll make
Okay,
the change.
just to note,
Please go ahead.
the use,
Speak into the microphone.
sorry, there's just, I want to note that Board Vice Chair Rosenberg had mentioned in the meeting that it is possible to use the detail of the metal that surrounds the mechanical in the railing as a possibility at the front of the building. And I don't believe that's
What
mentioned.
Can you
page?
clarify where you're
I
speaking
think I'm
to?
speaking about page one, packet page 159,
So 151,
page 159.
oh, 159, okay, hold on.
And there was one word that was built to a great building addition. Well, I can't, oh, there's a comment in there. The addition, the word addition
Where?
on paragraph that begins, Board Member Hirsch commented,
Package page 159.
packet page
Yeah,
159 towards
I'm
the
with
bottom.
you.
And it says the addition to incorporate.
Oh.
But that's addition.
Oh, I see.
Okay, just that. Thank you very much for that.
Wasn't going to say anything, but while we're at it, I think that packet page 157, third little chunk down, Vice Chair Rosenberg commented, it says buffer on the Muse pathway. I think that's supposed to be spelled differently. I think it's MEWS I could be mistaken though.
Where is this on 157?
On 157, the fourth sort of chunk down, it starts with Vice Chair Rosenberg commented the interior two facing bedrooms have the capacity for a landscape buffer on the Muse pathway. I'm not sure that word Muse is spelled correctly.
Yeah,
Very minor,
that's right.
not worth my time.
It should be MEWS.
It should be MEWS.
On 157?
Okay.
Correct. Right above Miss Raybold. Top of the page. So buffer on
Oh,
the Muse
yes.
pathway. Yeah.
Okay, staff, do we need another?
Thank you.
Do we need a
Vote
vote
again?
Do we need a vote to amend this?
I would vote to amend it,
Okay,
yeah.
can I
that's-
have a motion, please, in a second?
Somebody else motion. Fine, I'll vote to amend Muse on page 157 and the comments made by Board Member Hirsch on page 159. Those additions, we can approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson. Abstain. Vice Chair Rosenberg.
Yes.
Chair Balte.
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Okay. I don't believe we have any reporting out from ad hoc committees on projects. Is there anything else? Any other comments, questions, or announcements from board members?
Yeah, we have Board Member Chen and I discussed 300 Lambert.
Oh, great. I'm sorry.
So yeah, we just had a handful of comments for the application, for the applicant to sort of consider before it comes in front of us. It's still kind of early. It's a preliminary application. It's located at the NV cap, right next to the Matadero Creek. So one of our comments was to ask the applicant to sort of clarify the interface of the building's backyard or sort of setbacks with the creek. But in general, give clarification to the setbacks in general, not just the one for the creek, but on the sides and in the front. The application was showing some detail for the units on the upper floors, but didn't have any for the lower levels, the ground floor specifically. So I think we would like to see that. Also, and this may be just also for staff to look at, but to consider fire access to those units in the back. There looked like there may be a solution, but it's not clear in the application. And furthermore, just some more clarification on material choices. And there appears to be an open space on a second floor level, but it's not clear if it has access to tenants or if it's just open. So just clarity on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. An excellent report. Did I miss anyone else or any of these other committees?
Just want to say friendly reminder, I will be missing you guys next meeting. So I hope you all have a wonderful time and I'll watch the video afterwards and do my best to catch up. But let me know if there's anything significant. Thanks very much.
Wonderful. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.